process. Don't forget that team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. And council members are reminded, in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, that you must enable your video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency, which we hope not, where we might need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. And if the glass doors are obstructed, you can direct your attention to the 4 exits that are in the chamber. So please use stairs and do not use the elevator. Should you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security staff member to assist. I'd also like to highlight we have a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway, in front of me, outside of the council chamber. And I'd like to also start in a good way today by acknowledging that we are on the homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And we thank them for having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build the great city we have here together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And I'd also like to recognize our very own BC Lions who are playing their opening game this weekend in Calgary. If the jersey isn't a hint, a number of councillors were at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Conference in Calgary last weekend. Unfortunately, didn't overlap with the game. But we're going to wish our team well against the Calgary Stampeders. But of course, we know the Lions will prevail. So just a little plug there for the home team. So City Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim has a leave of absence all day for council business. Councillor Carr? Acting Mayor Kirby-Young is in the chair. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Bly? Councillor Boyle? Councillor Fry? Councillor Montague? Councillor Klassen? Councillor Meisner? And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
You have quorum, Acting Mayor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. So let's go over the plan for the day. A reminder that any comments on agenda items by the public can be sent to council using the web form on the City of Vancouver's website, and the link to that form is posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders, and remind council when addressing speakers and the city's team members, please avoid using gendered honorifics and refer to persons by their first and last name, role, or title. Okay, so today we have 3 administrative items: an in-camera motion, adoption of minutes and matters adopted on consent, 7 reports and 2 referral reports, 30 bylaws, noting for council that bylaws 31 and 32 have been withdrawn, 5 administrative motions, notice of council members' motions, new business, inquiries, and other matters. So today the plan is to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, returning at 3 p.m. to the public meeting to deal with the remainder of our agenda if we haven't finished by noon, and then recess at 5 for dinner break and reconvene at 6 if necessary. Okay. So council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority for this under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda, and I'm looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All in favor? Okay, seeing none opposed. Motion carries. Minutes 1 for today are from the council meeting on May 28th, 2024. Any corrections? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Meisner. Seconded, Councillor Bly. All in favor? Being none opposed, carries unanimously. Okay, minutes 2 are from the City Finance and Services meeting, Standing Committee on May 29th, 2024. Looking for a mover by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the public hearing on May 30th, 2024. Any corrections? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Zhou. All in favor? Thank you. Minutes 4 are from the special council meeting of June 4th, 2024. Any corrections? Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All in favor? Thank you. Passes unanimously. Okay, council, this gets us into the material items on the agenda and matters adopted on consent. We have reports 3 through 7 and reports 1 and referral reports 1 and 2 that can be considered on consent. And if members wish to hold them, they can put themselves in the queue, which I see you have done. So we will do that now. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I see item 1, we have speakers, so I'd just like to hold report 5.
Okay. Report 5, operating budget reallocation. Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Report 4, please.
Report 4, appointment of council member to the Vancouver Police Board. Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Report 6 and 7, please.
Okay, report 6 and 7. Okay. So our consent agenda is rapidly diminishing. Thank you, councillors. Okay, so before... Yeah, of course. Can you turn on your microphone, Councillor Dominato? Oh,
I don't have pressed on panel. I can't get
There you go.
assistance from IT. If I could get assistance from IT, please, around the pressed on panel.
Yes, they are.
On point of information, could you please recap the items that have been pulled?
I'm just about to do that.
Perfect, thank you.
No problem. Okay. So does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on any of the consent items at this time? No, seeing none. Okay. So I'll now confirm for everybody what is on the consent agenda that remains. And we now have only report 3, which is improvements to roofing installation requirements, and referral reports 1 and 2, eligible for consent. Okay, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Bly. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Okay, so I'll just recap for the record that the following has been approved on consent. Report number 3, improvements to roofing installation requirements. Okay. And the 2 referral reports, thank you, which are CD1 rezoning 5455 up Balsam Street and 4906, 4958 Main Street. Okay, so that brings us on to our first report to deal with this morning that's not on consent, which is updating efficiency standards for water heaters in existing detached homes. And before we begin, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none. Okay, we do have a presentation and a couple of speakers today and have team members here to present this item when you are ready to go.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Patrick Enright, and it's my pleasure today to present to you today on this report, updating efficiency standards for water heaters in existing detached homes. Joining me today for questions are Sean Pander, Brad Bedelt, Chris Higgins, Matt Horn, and Saul Schwebs. I also want to acknowledge that this report was produced with the hard work of many of my colleagues as part of a team, including Amanda Mitchell, Alexandra Turnbull, Phil White, Kimberly Beck, Kevin Lau, Claire Brownlee, Brady Fott, Brandon Clevenger, Carrie Peacock, and others. So I'm going to start with a brief bit of context for the report and the proposed changes. I'll then overview the proposed changes, go through the costs and some common retrofit scenarios. I'll then talk about our plan to get ready for implementation in the proposed 2027 date. I will overview the public engagement that we did, as well as the climate impacts, and I'd be happy to take any questions. So in Vancouver, the single largest source of carbon pollution in Vancouver is from burning natural gas in buildings. 57% of our emissions are from consumption of natural gas in buildings in Vancouver. When we look at the breakdown of those building emissions by building type, we see that detached homes, which is the subject of today's report, represent about a quarter or 28% of Vancouver's carbon pollution. And in detached homes, the two largest sources of emissions are heating and hot water being the subject of today's report. We've made great progress so far in using our building bylaw to reduce emissions and increase energy efficiency in buildings in Vancouver. In new detached homes, since January 2022, we've required that electric space heating and hot water is required, while still allowing the use of gas for cooking, appliances, and auxiliary uses. In existing detached homes, we've made several incremental improvements to energy efficiency and reducing emissions in detached homes, including requiring that all permanently installed air conditioning units must be a heat pump, and also that for larger and more complex renovations over $250,000, that those renovations must include electric space and water heating. In existing large commercial buildings, we require annual emissions reporting for all commercial buildings over 100,000 square feet, beginning this month. And we've also set greenhouse gas limits for office and retail buildings over 100,000 square feet, coming into effect in 2026. I'll now just give an overview of the proposed 2 changes to the building bylaw that are included in this report. So the first proposed change to the building bylaw is for time of replacement. And this proposes that when water heaters are being replaced, they must meet a highest efficiency standard, or at least 100% efficient. So this includes all electric water heaters, as well as heat pumps, whether they be electric, hybrid, or gas heat pumps. So this provides a range or a diverse range of potential solutions to meet that highest efficiency standard, including gas and electricity. We're also proposing several exceptions to acknowledge some of the challenges that can come with retrofits in existing buildings. This includes if the existing electrical panel would need to be replaced, if there's no space for a new hot water tank, as well as for combined heating and hot water systems that can be a little more complex to retrofit and are common and can be common in homes with radiant floors. The proposed timing of this is to come into effect January 2027, so 2.5 years from today. The second proposed change is at time of renovation. So this would require that renovations over $150,000, homeowners must also upgrade their existing water heater to that same highest efficiency standard. So those same types of equipment would comply with this requirement. We're also proposing several of the same exceptions, including if the electrical panel would need to be replaced, if there's no space for a new water heater, combined systems, and also in the case of this renovation requirement, that if the existing water heater was installed with a permit in the last 5 years. The timing of this proposed change is to come into effect in beginning of March 2025 to align with the new Vancouver building bylaw, the timing of that to come into effect, which follows from the new BC Building Code. I also want to highlight that we're proposing to remove all other energy upgrades for simpler renovations that are under $250,000, saving residents money compared to existing requirements. So the costs of highest efficiency water heaters are similar to standard efficiency gas water heaters. And we can look at this in a couple different ways. One is that electric hot water heaters, they cost less to buy and install typically, but similar or slightly more to operate. When we look at heat pump water heaters, they typically cost more to buy and install, but then less to operate over their lifetime and are eligible for provincial rebates and federal loans. When we put that together, we see that the highest efficiency water heaters cost less over their lifetime in that they have a positive net present value. So I just want to overview just a few common replacement or retrofit scenarios. And this is intended to illustrate just that, some common scenarios. So many homeowners, about 77% of homeowners have a tank water heater in their home already. And so when we look at a gas hot water tank, the homeowner could choose to retrofit with a simple electric tank, which, as I mentioned, costs less to buy and install and similar or slightly more to operate. It may need a second trade, such as an electrician, and is not typically eligible for rebates, but it is a simple solution that is available today. They could also choose to upgrade with a heat pump, which, as I mentioned, does cost more to buy and install, but costs less to operate and is eligible for rebates. For homeowners that already have an electric tank, they could, of course, replace like for like with an electric tank, in which case there's no change. They could, of course, also choose to upgrade to a heat pump, which would save them money and be eligible for rebates. And lastly, when we think about some of those exceptions that we're proposing, for homes with combined gas heating and hot water systems, there'd be no change. They could, of course, also choose to upgrade or do any replacement with highest efficiency equipment if they choose, but there'd be no change required under this proposal. For gas tankless systems, they may qualify for the space exception if they have no place or no room to put a hot water tank, in which case there would be no change. They could, of course, also choose to upgrade, which would cost similar to a heat pump, but less to operate with the heat pump and be eligible for rebates. So now I just want to touch on our plan included in this report to get ready for implementation of these changes. And as well as some of the opportunities and challenges associated with the implementation of these proposed changes, and then how we plan to overcome those challenges. So in terms of opportunity, just want to highlight that electric water heaters are very common across Canada today, representing 48% of the national market. They're somewhat less common in Vancouver's market, and they do cost less to purchase and install, as I mentioned. So this is a common technology available today that's ready to go. In terms of the challenges, there's three main challenges that we've identified through our consultations with industry. The first is same-day replacements, in that local industry is not broadly organized for same-day replacements of gas to electric water heating, and we note this in the report. The second is capacity, as some homes may have space or electrical capacity constraints. And lastly is compliance, as industry may not comply with regulations, as much of current work in terms of replacements is currently unpermitted, although we're not seeing any concerns with safety as part of that. So to tackle these challenges, our 2027 readiness plan includes three pillars. So the first is to facilitate same-day replacements. So we intend to coordinate with manufacturers and suppliers to support new drop-in or plug-and-play equipment, a new innovative equipment to come to our local market. And our understanding is that is the case, that is underway. We also plan to coordinate with contractors and industry associations to support tools, training, and practices for same-day replacements. We also plan to minimize the need for using the exceptions that we're proposing. So this includes coordinating with BC Hydro to support rollout of technologies and tools that enable highest efficiency installations without the need for service upgrades, such as being able to easily use smart meter data to see the amount of room that a home has on the electrical panel. And that can often mean, with that data, that you don't actually need to upgrade your panel. And you can do electrical retrofit. And lastly, to facilitate compliance. So we want to build relationships and raise awareness by creating an advisory committee with industry leaders to help build constructive relationships and inform city actions, and create an avenue for city staff to listen from industry and how to overcome these challenges and prepare for successful implementation in 2027. We also plan to streamline permitting where possible, so to create potentially faster, even electrical and mechanical permit processes, including considering auto issuance where possible, and further streamlining permitting for heat pumps across the board. And lastly, to monitor uptake, so to coordinate with suppliers and contractors to gather data on compliance with time of replacement requirements. So in terms of public engagement, we, in November and December 2023, we launched a Shape Your City online survey and ran 2 focus groups with homeowners. We used the feedback from that engagement to actually simplify and to adjust the proposals, and that's reflected in the recommendations you see in this report today. And then with those updated proposals, in April 2024, we ran a representative online survey of 434 Vancouver residents, weighted to reflect Vancouver's adult population. That online survey resulted in 68% of residents indicating that the replacement requirement, the first proposed change, either seems about right or doesn't go far enough. And for the second change, 59% indicated the renovation requirement seemed about right or doesn't go far enough. When we look even closer at that data, we see that even among impacted homeowners, a majority supported the changes, saying it either doesn't go far enough or seems about right. And lastly, the climate benefits and climate impact of these proposed changes. So with full compliance, if all replacements were to follow these highest efficiency standards, the proposed changes would reduce carbon pollution in Vancouver by 14,700 tons per year by 2030 and achieve a 50% reduction in emissions from water heaters by 2035. So for reference, 14,700 tons, that's the equivalent of switching, eliminating emissions from the River District or the East Fraserlands twice, and equivalent to taking about 3,700 cars off the road permanently. And lastly, I want to note that these proposed changes are in full alignment with the proposed highest efficiency equipment standards in Clean BC, and our recommended changes align with that proposed standard. And with that, thank you for listening and happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Patrick, for the presentation. And this is the opportunity for councillors to ask questions of team members. You have up to 5 minutes to do that, and we do have a list, so we will start that off. Councillor Montague, you are up first.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a few questions. Your solutions and options that you discussed in the report, it talks about hybrid gas and electric technologies. But those technologies aren't currently on the market yet, are they?
They're not currently in our local market, no. But in talking with manufacturers, talking with industry, and in providing time between now and 2027, our understanding is they are coming to the market, to our market.
Okay, we're not sure when, though.
My understanding is they will be in our market by 2027.
What's the current carbon tax in British Columbia?
I believe it's $90 a ton.
Okay, I thought it was a little less than that, but you would probably know better than me. Why are we using $170 a ton in our cost calculations then?
So $170 a ton, we actually looked at both current and $170 a ton. That is the federal law that the carbon tax across Canada will go to $170 a ton. And my understanding is BC is planning to match that.
Okay. Last year, BC imported 20% of its electricity. I'm hearing potentially that could be 30% this year. Is that correct?
For that, I'm going to ask Matt Horn, our climate policy manager, to speak to it.
Yep, so last year, because of the drought, BC Hydro did import in the range of sort of 20% of their electricity from a mix of sources as BC Hydro has shared. I know recent updates from BC Hydro says the reservoirs are in better condition this year, but we won't really know through the summer until what that end value is going to look like.
Okay, so when you say mix of sources, we don't know where that electricity comes from.
We could get the exact information, but from BC Hydro, it has come predominantly from California and their surplus solar, also coming from Alberta, and some from Washington area. So those are sort of the main sources of where it's coming from.
Okay. Potentially from gas and maybe even from coal?
Some would be coming from gas, a small bit would be coming from coal, but coal on the Western grid is ramping down quite rapidly.
Okay, so 30% of the use of these electric hot water tanks would potentially be coming from energy sources that are not clean.
That would be overstating the amount. Again, a significant chunk of what hydro is importing is coming from surplus solar from California.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely some of that imported electricity is going to be coming from fossil sources, though.
Okay. The report talks about some exemptions. Those exemptions are only being proposed until 2027, is that correct?
Actually, I can clarify that. So the exemptions are proposed indefinitely.
Okay.
In an earlier version of we had proposed to kind of phase them out, but they're proposed indefinitely in this report and in these proposals.
Okay. And is there a reason that we talk a lot about standardization across the province, being in alignment with provincial building standards and building codes, yet we're going out on a limb here and doing something, again, that's different from the province.
So what I would say is that the proposal is, the standard is entirely aligned. We're just proposing to do it in Vancouver a few years earlier. And that's consistent with the provincial approach in other areas of buildings, such as the zero carbon and energy step codes.
Those are my questions for now, Chair. I might come back on.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So to follow up Councillor Montague's question regarding the provincial target, does the province has the target of 2030?
That's correct. It's proposed in Clean BC.
Okay, so why we are accelerating this timeline? There's no viable options in the market right now.
I would say there are multiple viable options in the market.
Okay.
But we are planning to go earlier because we have climate targets for 2030, and this is a way that we can make progress towards those targets while aligning with that standard.
Okay, but did you just say there's no current hybrid options right now in the market until 2027, perhaps?
So there are no current hybrid options, but there are gas heat pumps in our market today.
Okay.
There are electric heat pumps in our market today, and of course, electric hot water tanks as well.
Okay. The other question is, how do we consider the renewable natural gas as an energy source for this equipment?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this standard allows not just renewable natural gas, but regular natural gas as well. So it's not about any one fuel type. It's just about using energy more efficiently.
Okay, so just to confirm, this is not preventing gas heaters, just need to have the high efficiency gas heaters, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
To meet the highest efficiency standard, yes.
Okay, so the other question about the enforcement. So I saw from this report, it says we have 130 renovations per year. That seems to be really, really low.
We have 130 approximately renovations over $150,000 per year.
But even that, it seems to be really low, right? It seems like a lot of renovation, they just don't apply the permit.
That could be true as well, yes. We get about 500 permitted renovations per year in detached homes. I should clarify. This is, again, only focused on detached homes. And about 130 on average per year are over $150,000.
Yeah, but even that, like 10 per month we have like hundreds, thousands detached home across the city. That seems to be really, really low.
So there are just over 80,000 detached homes. I think, so it's probably seeing a combination of a couple of things. Actual equipment replacements are probably more common. We're talking about larger renovations when we're getting into these costs. That's where the numbers, and when we focus on detached homes, that's where the numbers come down to about 130.
Okay, but again, so my question is about the enforcement. How do we make sure that the people who do not have permit also comply with the policy here?
That's a great question. So that's part of that 2027 readiness plan, where we plan to raise industry awareness and collaborate with industry as well as monitoring uptake. So one is to make sure everyone knows that this is the new expectation. This is the new standard by 2027. Work with industry to get ready for that implementation date, and then monitor uptake. So using data sources available to us and working with manufacturers and working and talking with contractors directly. The idea is that we can set this new standard and then see how implementation works and drive increased uptake of this standard,
Okay, so,
even if they weren't pulling a permit.
yeah, thanks. I guess we're gonna reach out to our different cultural community, make sure they understand using their language as well, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we did. And as part of the public engagement, as part of the online Shape Your City page, we translated into at least 5 different languages.
Okay, one more last question. So does this has any impact on the 3331 policy?
So no, this does not have, well, actually, the only thing I would say is that we're actually in coordination with those efforts across the city to make permitting easier and to make renovations easier. That's partly where that effort to streamline permits comes from. So we're actually removing existing requirements for permits under $250,000
Yeah.
as part of that effort to streamline permitting.
So essentially, they will have some positive impact to help us reduce the wait time for the permitting.
That is part of the idea, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
Yep, thanks very much for the report and the update, and Vancouver's sort of continued leadership in terms of creating more efficient use of hot water and heat. I just wanted to kind of dive into just looking into the longer range. Clearly, there's a lot of discussion around affordability in the report and about general costs. But as we sort of look into the horizon of energy sources, there has been a fair bit of talk about incorporating some blending of fuels with natural gas, including renewable natural gas and hydrogen. Are we sort of taking these things into account in terms of the efficiency and the lower emissions?
Absolutely, yes. So our understanding is that the gas supply will blend more and more renewable natural gas into it, that is part of Fortis's plans, and also that this helps us as a city to use less energy overall by raising efficiency standards.
Mm-hmm. How long has Vancouver required new building developments to electrify? I know that condo sort of towers some years ago were required to go electric only. What have we seen in terms of the sort of the overall cost for home heating since we've adopted those policies?
So I can answer both those questions. We've phased in greenhouse gas intensity limits over time using the same model that has now become province-wide under the Zero Carbon Step Code. So we've never prohibited or banned the use of gas in new buildings, and we don't today. New buildings continue to use gas for cooking, fireplaces, and we've phased it in, first starting with heating, now expanding it to hot water. And so for detached homes, it's been the rule for heating and hot water since January 2022. And sorry, could you repeat
The
this?
second question was just, what have we seen in terms of the overall net cost for end users?
Yeah, do you want to take that?
Yeah, our approach to new construction has been a combination of reducing the need for heat by envelope improvements and air tightness and heat recovery, ventilation. And so the combination of requiring significantly less heat in buildings, and depending on the building type, it's between 60 and 90% reduction in heat energy required. That combined with moving to electricity, but much higher efficiency electricity, means that the costs for homeowners are fairly consistent with what they were back in 2007, which was our sort of baseline comparison year.
I'm also going to go into the crystal ball a little bit as well around just the forecasts. We know that having met with BC Hydro, they acknowledge that there are going to be some system capacity limits. Just heard this week that significant infrastructure is going to be put in the city of Burnaby. I think I read this week. How do we sort of foresee the long-term costs, especially with the utility itself carrying a fairly substantive amount of sort of capital debt in terms of for Site C and other projects?
So I can speak to that specific to this report, where we don't expect this to have any impact on electricity costs and infrastructure costs for a couple of reasons. One is that it allows a range of solutions. It's not just electricity, but still allows gas, just using less gas. The second is that it will come into effect because it happens with each replacement, it will gradually come into effect over 17 years. So 2.5 years before it comes into effect, and then across that average 15-year lifespan of a hot water heater. And then lastly, we are proposing an exception for upgrades to electrical service and electrical panels. So
thank you very much. And my last question just sort of pivots a little bit off of Councillor Montague's question about emerging technologies. How nimble are our policies going to be if we see maybe 5 years down the line new emerging technologies, such as some of the hybrid options that are being talked about right now?
yeah, absolutely. So we're always monitoring, and that's part of that 2027 readiness plan, to monitor readiness in industry. And we can make adjustments. That's part of the reason for providing such a long lead time. We can make adjustments in advance. We can monitor uptake and then potentially make adjustments afterwards as well to try and further improve energy efficiency and reduce emissions.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Claassen. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I'm going to also follow up on the provincial conversation and questions. Could you clarify for me, just in the report, it references advancing, the recommendations in A and B are the same standard that the provinces propose to require for all new heating and hot water equipment sold in BC after 2030 in the Clean BC Roadmap. Could you clarify for me, is the provincial tactic, is it point of sale, or is it regulatory with respect to buildings across the province, like detached homes across the province in every municipality, or is it a point of sale regulation?
So the provinces proposed both point of sale and point of installation. The standard that we're aligning with here is specifically the point of sale requirement that would be in effect by 2030. They've also proposed to explore bringing it into a point of installation, so in the BC building code as well, and potentially even allowing some jurisdictions to adopt that early.
Okay. And is it anticipated that the provincial scope will include all municipalities, local governments across BC?
That's my understanding, yes. That it would be a province-wide regulation.
And are other municipalities undertaking similar work right now to what we are?
So other municipalities are, of course, trying to reduce their emissions. They don't have the regulatory tool that we do with the building bylaw, which is one of the ways that we're able to go to do this a little bit earlier and actually help smooth that implementation and reduce emissions sooner in Vancouver.
Okay, great. A little bit of a test pilot. Question for you, just going back to the slides around consultation. Appreciate that being undertaken. It looks like from your consultation, there was residents at large and also distinctly homeowners, because the target of this is detached homeowners. And did you mention you did also focus groups specifically with homeowners?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm asking in the context of, particularly when we're doing public consultation on policy, that we're engaging those who are impacted the most. And it sounds like that was part of did I understand the presentation correctly, that there was an effort to specifically focus on those who would be bearing the costs and be doing this work?
Exactly, yes. And that's what those two focus groups that we ran in November, December were specifically focused with homeowners. And we listened to their feedback and actually used that to simplify and to adjust these proposals and to incorporate their feedback into these proposals. And I think I believe that's reflected in the support among impacted homeowners that we saw in the survey in April.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Just two more questions. Just looking at slide 13 from the presentation, if I understand this correctly, and I'll use myself as the example, is that I have a tankless gas tankless water heater, that if at some stage, because mine I think is probably 10 years old right now, needs to be replaced, replacement options could be the gas tankless, or it could be the electric hybrid heat pump. Those are considerations and if I'm just using myself, because I find that the easiest way to do is tangibly.
Yeah,
If
of
I was a
course.
homeowner in that context.
So that's just two of the options. Of course, you could,
I'd like to get to a heat pump. That's my striving towards
Yes.
right now. I'm a little busy right now. Council.
So I just want to clarify, the exception for space only applies if you didn't have space for one of the compliant options,
Yeah.
in which case then you could just continue and do a like-for-like replacement. But if you do have space, then you'd be required to upgrade to one of the compliant options. It could be an electric tank, could be a heat pump, one of the different heat pump types, yes.
Okay. And that brings me to my last question is, because I really appreciated the visuals here, but I think for the public, we're not experts. I'm not an expert in this. Is do we have an approach to sort of create a bit of an information or education campaign around this? I don't mean spending millions of dollars on it, but I'm just talking about to inform the public about here's what's coming, here's why we're doing it, here's how you're impacted, and here's how we're going to support you and support industry as well in this transition, because it really is a transition. And I appreciate, I think Councillor Joe was asking about language, particularly, and making sure that we have information available in multiple languages. Is that part of our sort of thinking around as we progress this policy work?
Absolutely. So, and again, part of that 2027 readiness plan is outreach and building awareness. And so one of the things we would do is we would fold this, if this were to be approved, when we look to upgrade our Home Energy Navigator program, which is an energy concierge program and a service that we sponsor for homeowners in Vancouver. We would look to actually enhance that, as well as raising awareness and working directly with industry and homeowners.
Okay, great. Maybe it's something we can put in with our property tax notices in future. Thank you.
Sorry,
That's my
Councillor
time.
Dominato,
Thank you,
are
Chair.
at time. Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Councillor Boyle?
Thank you for this report. I know a lot of work's gone into it. I want to just step back and ask about our climate targets. My understanding is we're not currently, that our targets are based on science, and we're not currently on track to meet them.
I'm going to ask Matt Horan, our climate policy manager, to speak to that.
Yep, that's correct. Our current estimates are if we implement all the remaining actions in Climate Emergency Action Plan and the province follows through on their commitments in Clean BC, we get to about a 40% cut in 2030 relative to our 50% target.
Okay. And if this report is killed or delayed, we move further backwards from meeting those targets?
This action is included in the list of Climate Emergency Action Plan commitments we're counting on for that 40%.
Okay, so we're further from meeting our
be-
targets
yeah.
if we don't.
That's correct.
take action. Glad to see in the report that it looked like a good amount of support from residents, and council has been hearing from some industry voices by email as well in support. Can you speak a bit more to, I know we've heard on other reg-related climate issues that industry really appreciates the sort of lead time and the engagement and the predictability of these types of proposals. Can you speak to what you're hearing from industry in terms of us mapping out that direction so they can plan for it?
Yes, happy to. So we did engage with multiple contractors and industry associations in developing as part of our engagement. So in addition to public engagement, we did industry engagement. The main things we heard were just that they appreciated that it is aligned with that province-wide proposed standard of highest efficiency, that it includes options for all types of equipment and just focuses on increasing efficiency, and that it does give enough time. So that lead time out to 2027 is one of the things and simplifications and adjustments we made as part of our industry engagement. We also received letters of support from the province and from others as well. I think that probably you've seen.
Okay. We have, but actually, I have time. It would be helpful to hear a list of who we've heard responses from. Our inboxes have been busy. So you're hearing from industry that the timelines work for them and they can be ready to meet them?
Yes, exactly. That's what we're hearing, that this is, by providing the 2.5 years lead time, that together with this plan and alignment with the provincial standard, that we can be ready for 2027 to implement this effectively and successfully.
Okay, and even with BC needing to import a bit of energy at peak times, these changes would make a impact in terms of our emission reductions, a meaningful impact in our emission reductions.
Absolutely, yes. By using energy more efficiently, we can significantly reduce our use of fossil fuels and reduce emissions in detached homes. This is one of the main two sources of emissions in detached homes that we were tackling with this report.
Okay, I know there was a study recently about the benzene leaks from natural gas use in buildings. Are there health benefits to these types of shifts? Maybe I should save that question for Vancouver Coastal Health and I can send it to them by email, but
What I would just say kind of most broadly is just that anything we can do to reduce the burning of fossil fuels and reduce air pollution is going to have health benefits, whether it's indoors or outdoors.
okay. I'm also wondering if we have heard any pushback from Fortis on this proposal.
So I'm going to ask Matt actually to speak to that, to our engagement with the utilities.
Yep, so we engaged both with BC Hydro and Fortis as part of the development of these recommendations. Speaking to Fortis specifically, I think they did appreciate a number of the changes we made in terms of the fact that the exemptions are proposed indefinitely. Now, that was a concern they had raised. They appreciated the alignment with the provincial government. Probably the question they raised was around whether 2027 is enough time to be ready. So that's a question they had for us.
Okay, but again, industry felt they could be ready by 2027. Hydro was supportive. The provincial government was supportive of us having earlier dates to
Yep, the
align
provincial
with
government indicated support for the approach, and they appreciated alignment with their standards.
Councillor
BC
Boyle?
Hydro, I think, indicated confidence they could plan for the amount of electricity that would come from this.
Okay, great. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Perfectly on time. Thank you. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this is I'll start with a continued question for Matt Horn, if that's okay, on a point that he just raised. So that you said that Fortis says that maybe 2027 is not enough time to be ready. Be ready for what? The hybrid solution pump?
I think that they had a question similar that was raised in terms of the province has already required them to shift all their incentives that they offer to this high efficiency standard. So their incentives will be available for hybrid gas heat pumps and gas hybrid water heaters.
Right.
They are interested as well. So the gas hybrids, again, I wouldn't say it was a point of opposition. It was a point of question as to when they'll be available.
So maybe 2027, they can't meet it. But tell me, do consumers have any problem getting the other kinds of equipment that you got as options for them to replace their current tank with?
As Patrick indicated, the electric tanks, the electric heat pumps, and the gas heat pumps are available in the market today.
Yeah. So consumers will not face a problem, or residents will not face a problem in getting something that falls under this set of regulations.
That's correct. So this equipment is available today.
Okay, just not Fortis is where they're going. Okay. Second question. In terms of BC Hydro, their purchasing of energy. My understanding, having listened to the CEO of BC Hydro at various public meetings, large public meetings, is that they often buy and sell based on economic advantage to them, price advantage to them. So we might have the electricity in place, but they're selling electricity because they're getting a high price for it, and then they're buying at a low price from external sources. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So even in high water years, BC Hydro would import and export electricity to significant financial benefit for the province.
Got it.
Last year was an outlier from a low water year, so they were importing electricity to meet our needs as well.
Okay, that's helpful. So this is not a dire situation where we don't have enough. It's a good economic decision.
Yep.
Great. In terms of our own city, we have a motion, Councillor Klassen and I worked on at the beginning of this term to pursue renewable energy production within the city. As I think I've mentioned in this council chamber before, we have an electric heat pump, we have a solar roof, not here, but house for our children, and that it seems to offset quite a lot of the cost. So if we were to pursue more aggressively or more with greater encouragement, homeowners to put in solar panels, could they be offsetting the both electrical demand that they are requiring, plus the cost of the actual operation over the long term of the heat of their hot water heater?
So if homeowners choose to put solar panels on the roofs, it will help them reduce their electricity bills, and it can also contribute to sort of a broader grid solution. We have been working with BC Hydro on proposals to update their net metering program. So those applications going forward later this month, and we'll provide a stronger incentive for homeowners that are interested in putting solar on the roofs.
Yeah. Yes, I think that we've had some discussion about the net metering program. Can you just describe a little bit more what Hydro is planning in terms of incentivizing homeowners to put in solar panels?
Yep. So the net metering program, when you have a solar panel on your roof and you're generating more than you need, BC Hydro pays you for that electricity. So the changes they're going to be proposing to that one, there's going to be a proposed capital incentive. So they'd be paying you an upfront incentive to install solar. They'd be paying you a slightly higher rate. And if you're generating solar in the winter, they'd be paying a premium on top of that, because that's when they have their most challenges in terms of meeting demand.
Okay, that's great. That's it for my questions. I appreciate your answers.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. I'm going to advance Councillor Fry because I'm chairing and I'll go after. So, Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Lots of questions. I'm just trying to recalibrate my own thinking. So curious how we sweeten this deal for homeowners. So I know that as we reach certain thresholds in renovations that it can trigger more things. So do we have exemptions if people have to do additional renovations to accommodate some of this? Like, so for instance, I know that in table 1, it talks about an exemption on a electrical upgrade, but say you wanted to do it anyway, and it did involve an electrical upgrade, and it bumps your overall total on a renovation. Are we contemplating how we can sweeten the pot?
So we have in the past had, there are provincial rebates available for energy service upgrades, for example. In the past, we've actually contributed money to top those up. They've currently become fully subscribed at the moment, but that's something we've done in the past and could potentially do in the future. But yeah, there are also provincial rebates available for that. And as you see, there's a number of different kind of considerations of exceptions and removing existing requirements to help focus efforts on increasing efficiency and reducing emissions where it matters.
And so from a permitting side, so like it's not adding additional weight to your renovation time. For instance, if you need to get subtrades in to do X, Y, Z to facilitate this, it's streamlined process?
That's exactly it. Yes, we're actually removing other requirements that could actually save money. So in the report, we mentioned estimated $2,000 to $5,000 savings by removing existing requirements for renovations under $250,000.
Perfect. Yeah, and so that's really what I want to get to, because I know that renovations and additional trade permits and field reviews and stuff can add to the burden for the home renovation. So if we're cognizant of that, I think this is a great direction to. Thank you. That's good. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Okay, I'm going to ask a few questions myself. I just wonder if you can recap for us, from your perspective, the pros and cons of Vancouver going 3 years earlier than the provincial requirements. I'm interested to hear both sides of the coin, so to speak.
For sure. So I could definitely speak to the pros in terms of it helps add certainty and a consistency of signal. So the province has proposed those changes for 2030, but that's beyond our control, of course, whereas this is within our control. So this is a way that we can add to certainty and consistency of that signal to manufacturers, to industry, to contractors, to industry groups that are trying to help prepare industry for this transition. So it can add certainty and consistency. It also helps us make real progress towards our climate targets for 2030 in advance of 2030. If we wait until 2030, then we haven't made any progress in that regard by 2030.
What's the downside or challenges that we might encounter by going 3 years early?
I think the primary challenge, and that we've tried to address with our readiness plan, is that it's happening sooner. So sometimes more time can make things easier, but we've tried to address that with our readiness plan, so that we'll be ready to implement these changes through working with industry by 2027.
Is there any benefit to Vancouver that you see with sort of the very live conversation around the sufficient access to electrical energy, with us working with hydro to manage and access that energy for Vancouver?
I think that it allows us to, speaking to that consistency of signal and certainty, it allows us to plan and work with hydro collaboratively in order to find solutions that avoid energy upgrades or avoid electrical service upgrades. And so it can help us get going today on those kinds of solutions to avoid service upgrades. And at the same time, we've, of course, proposed some exceptions that will help minimize that impact.
Okay. Moving on to a slightly different topic. I was interested in sort of the range of choice that this report provides for consumers across, fuel types, with more of a focus on the efficiency piece and the outcomes in terms of reduction. Would you say this represents a shift in direction in our thinking around focusing more on outcomes and being a bit more pragmatic about how we get there, or a bit more flexible in how we get to the outcomes?
I would say characterize this as the logical next step in our outcome-based actions when it comes to buildings, starting with setting greenhouse gas outcome-based targets in new construction and phasing those down over time, as we did under the Zero Emissions Building Plan. When it comes to existing buildings, we have carbon pollution limits for the largest, most capable commercial existing buildings, and then also adding these equipment efficiency standards are a great way in smaller and simpler buildings like detached homes to raise energy efficiency and to reduce emissions in a way that makes sense for this building type.
Okay, but put another way, is it fair to say that it provides for choice and options for homeowners?
Exactly, it does. And I think that's something that we have explored and that we consider and integrate into our plans, especially when it comes to existing buildings. It's important to be able to understand what options are available and have a wide range of options available in trying to reduce emissions in existing buildings.
And then switching gears for my final question, and it's really around permits. When it was referenced 130 a year, and I think Councillor Joe expressed surprise, that didn't seem like a lot. I know that there's a fair amount of illegal permit activity. Do you see this having any benefit in daylighting some of those other permits, because people feel they have choices, as opposed to, I think we're pretty aware there's a number of, there's a lot of work being done out there that's not permitted?
Exactly. I think this can definitely help. The goal here was to write a bylaw change that is the most implementable and allows for the realities on the ground, whether that's through exceptions or choosing a standard that provides a range of options that can help folks comply. Even if they're not pulling a permit, it can make it, those that want to, it supports them in interactions, whether it's the contractor or the homeowner, it supports them in those interactions to make this change.
And just with my last few seconds, so will you be reporting, would that be included as one of the metrics? Will you be providing regular reports to council and including things like number of permits, any variance, the overall choices that are made by consumers?
So what I would say is that we can report back in terms of our readiness plan and monitoring that uptake and the different data sources that we're looking to tap into there. We can include that in reports back, yes, and let council know how this is going.
That's my time. Sorry. Actually, Councillor Carr, just to advise, we have speakers, so we're not there yet. You are over time. Oh, no, you're not. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Correctly. Previously, we didn't have this hybrid gas option in part of our plan. So has that been a recent addition to the plan?
So we have always been monitoring the technologies coming into the market. And so whether it's gas or hybrid or electric heat pumps, there's a lot of innovation happening right now, and quite rapidly, actually. So I would say we've always been monitoring this kind of rapid evolution of low carbon technologies in the market.
Okay, but it's a new thing amongst the list.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, Council, that concludes questions from Council. We're now going to hear from registered speakers for the report. We do have two. Public speakers should state whether you are in opposition or support of the recommendations and speak once. I will ask if people are residents if it has not been noted on the speakers list. The first speaker that we have registered today is Eric Jensen. Do we have Eric?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak to Council.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Jensen, and I am the founder and CEO of Spruce Hill Custom Homes and Renovations. I have been renovating and building homes in Vancouver and the surrounding area since 2006. Spruce Hill is a member of the Home Builders Association of Vancouver, and I sit on the Government Relations Committee, and I'm an active member in the Renovator and Custom Home Builder Council. My thoughts this morning are mine, though they are shared by many others who are too busy or too scared to speak out for fear of reprisal. The City of Vancouver is already well ahead of the rest of Canada in our goal to achieve net zero home construction by 2030. 2030 is still 6 years away. Regarding updating efficiency standards for water heaters in existing detached homes, I am in opposition. To note, the survey was not based on a random sample, so should not be weighted too heavily as it is highly likely there is a bias in the results. Further, I have not spoken to one person in the construction industry that is in support of this bylaw change as proposed. According to ChatGPT, BC Hydro has been a net importer of electricity since 2018. Furthermore, the executive summary states, in addition to reducing carbon pollution, the proposed changes do not add cost for residents. This is patently false. One, it is based on today's electrical costs, which are subject to increase based on increase in demand. Two, additional work required to get electrical from the panel to the hot water tank includes, but is not limited to, asbestos testing, drywall removal and demolition work, new electrical wire, patching of the drywall, paint, and cleanup, adding thousands of dollars to a simple hot water tank replacement. While the exceptions in this bylaw eliminate the worst-case scenarios, who and how is it decided if there is enough space or not for new water heating options? $150,000 limit for the renovation is too low. A kitchen renovation can cost that. This limit should be at least $250,000. The construction industry is frantically trying to adapt and keep up to the changes that are being thrown our way. While it may seem easy to say make it electric, there are a lot of underlying issues that need to be overcome and apparently nobody wants to say the quiet parts out loud. So here goes. BC Hydro's infrastructure is currently not sufficient. Transmission and distribution lines are no different than water pipes. They have a maximum capacity. Hydro is working towards upgrading their infrastructure, but it will not and cannot happen overnight. To address other concepts for hot water generation that may be put forward, there are currently significant technological restrictions. Hot water heat pumps require significant holding tanks to manage the slow recovery rate of heat pumps. They also do not perform very well in low temperatures. Furthermore, making policy decisions based on current rebate availability is misguided. There is no guarantee that those rebates will still be there in the future. Converting a gas appliance to an electric can come at great cost. If the location of the existing hot water tank is on one side of the house and the electrical panel on the opposite side, extensive drywall repairs will be required for a simple swapping of appliances. I strongly urge all of you to vote no until such time as the language in the bylaw is clarified and industry has caught up. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments and taking time to speak to Council. We appreciate it. Speaker number 2 is Colin Sadler. Colin?
Speaker number 2 is Colin Sadler. Colin? Speaker number 2 is Colin Sadler.
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We seem to have an echo. All right, and it seems to be gone. Okay, so we don't have Colin Sadler. So that, Council, that's the end of our speakers list. And thanks to the speaker for calling in. Would somebody like to move the recommendations? Councillor Carr, and seconded by Councillor Dominato. And Council, if there's any discussion, put yourself on the queue. And Councillor Carr, you are first.
Yeah, I just really want to commend staff on the work in this report. I'm particularly impressed by the fact that you do a lot of consultation throughout really the development of the whole climate emergency action plan. I've seen just such a thorough approach to dealing with the public, with the industry, really bringing people along, but listening to people and modifying the actual details of how we implement our strategies to get to the emission reductions that we need to in our climate emergency action plan. So for that, I'm very grateful. Sometimes I think, oh, I don't really want to see us slow down so much, but I'm very pleased by that. This is a very practical plan, and I think that we see the response by the public with a 68% of residents saying this is okay, or maybe we could even go faster. The time of replacement, the amount of renos, I think, or the dollar attachment to the renos, I think are, as I say, very practical. I'm clear by what you've said that industry can meet these timelines. The only one that has any problems, it seems, is Fortis. But that was an addition. We didn't have to go with the hybrid gas option. That's a new option that is being placed in this set of recommendations. And we can't slow down for that one option when all the other options are there. There's no problem about homeowners actually getting the kind of equipment they need to meet these requirements. So for me, I'm really, really concerned that we maybe did, it seems fast compared to other jurisdictions, but it's a bit slower than we originally anticipated with our climate emergency action plan. I take great pride in Vancouver being a leader on climate action because that inspires other municipalities to follow suit. And I have to say, I think many of you know, I'm just very, very lucky to be a new grandmother this week, and a new grandson born to our daughter, Callie, her husband, Luke. And I think all the time of, because he'll be alive in 2100. All things going well. And I look at the projections for climate and the incredibly more difficult world he's going to live in compared to the world that I grew up in. And so I think before I make any one of my decisions, what will my kids say, or what will they, when they ask me, did you do everything you could, Grandma? Did you do everything you could to make my world not as bad as it could otherwise have been? And so I'm just so happy to be able to vote for action that moves us quicker in the right direction than other municipalities, but actually not even quick enough to avert the worst of what will still come. But it will be better when we take these actions. So thank you for that work.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Montague, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. So we have a situation where we have 30% of our electricity is being imported potentially this year. Much of it at a higher carbon intensity than natural gas. This isn't solving a problem. It's a shell game. We're just moving the problem around. I talked to someone who built 2 houses recently. One of them was both gas and electric. One was a completely electric only house. The gas and electric house was much larger. It had an extra suite in it. It had more people living in it. Yet the electric only house cost almost $2,500 a year more to run. This is a huge affordability issue, and we keep hearing consistently how affordability is the number one issue. I heard on the radio coming in this morning, 50% of people under the age of 34 are considering leaving the province because of affordability issues. I just don't see why we need to go down this path with this particular option. This will do nothing other than add costs on to individuals living in the city of Vancouver, and it will disproportionately affect seniors and renters. The cost will be passed down to them. There's a huge number of I couldn't disagree more with Councillor Carr with regards to this report. There are more red flags in this report than I can count. The cost analysis is a huge issue for me. The engagement is a huge issue for me. I want to thank Eric Jensen for calling in. I think he did a fantastic job of explaining how the industry actually feels about this report. The consultation, BC Hydro sent us I actually found it quite amusing. BC Hydro sent us all a letter recently, and in it, it talks about how early adoption in Vancouver will provide important data for anticipating the impacts of these regulations province-wide. So we're basically being used as lab rats or guinea pigs in Vancouver by moving ahead of everybody else. We should be in alignment with the province on these issues, not going out on our own. Staff talked about certainty and consistency. If you want to reduce confusion and increase certainty and consistency, we should be in alignment with the province and surrounding municipalities, not going out on our own. I think this is just a huge mistake. Going back to the cost issue, the report talks about rebates. Again, we don't know the rebates are going to be there forever. You also have to put the money up front in order to get a rebate. It also suggests getting a loan from the federal government. I couldn't think of a worse thing. I would never, ever suggest to someone getting a loan from the federal government to do these renovations. There's so many things that I dislike about this report. I honestly don't know where to start. I'm going to be voting no. I also have to admit I found it rather amusing when Councillor Carr talked about how BC Hydro buys and sells its electricity. I constantly hear from Councillor Carr how we're going into drought after drought, how the world is ending, but we'll have enough water to produce electricity for years to come. In fact, recent studies indicated, and I think there were studies out of UBC and SFU that said that in order to deal with the increased electricity demands, the province will require somewhere between 9 and 30 Site C dams by 2050. So I don't know where we're going to get this electricity from. If we want to talk about affordability and energy security, we need an integrated energy system, and we need an abundance of energy, not relying on one single source. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Montague. I'm going to cede the chair to Deputy Mayor Joe so I can provide some comments. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to kind of come down a little bit differently on this one and down the middle. It's no surprise I'm not a fan and haven't been a fan when Vancouver has developed its own regulations that are distinct, different, or at odds with provincial or other levels of government. However, I will note a difference in my view here that this aligns with the planned provincial regulations. It is the timeline that is distinct. So the alignment is there in terms of that piece. I am very cognizant, and I think it's a really important energy debate that we're having today about the availability of electricity. But I also don't think that this is going to cause a tsunami of replacements because people replace their hot water heaters when they come up. Similar to vehicles for the most part, people have invested in them. There's a cost to doing that. And there's an input in terms of GHGs in production of those units. And so I think people tend to use them for the life of those. So I think it's going to be a gradual, can I say, shift and change as people need to do that, whether it's through renovations or whether it's through the natural end of life of their hot water heaters. And so I can sort of see some merit there in terms of Vancouver learning through what are very real challenges that were mentioned by Councillor Montague about availability of electricity, but figuring out how we actually adapt and move forward. I'll also note that in my view, I think this report is more pragmatic than other reports that we have gotten under the SEAT banner because it does provide for choice for consumers with respects to the distinct types of units and sources that people can have. And the focus is on efficiency and on reduction in GHGs in terms of outcomes. And I think that those are the kinds of approaches that we should be pursuing, which is what are the outcomes anticipated to be? And will something get there? I don't think that's always been the case in the past with some of the strategies brought forth under SEAT, that I've been convinced that they would lead to the outcomes or that they were quantified. This report actually did quantify and put a number in terms of what the expectation of reduction are, and I'm going to be looking quite intently to some of the regular updates from staff to see if we are achieving what we thought we were going to achieve. But the fact remains that buildings are 57% of our emissions in the city of Vancouver, disproportionately here because we're a large urban municipality with a lot of buildings and a larger populace. And so to me, it makes sense to do that. So I think there's a degree of not only the goal of reducing emissions and using cleaner fuels, providing people with choice, trying to strike the balance there, and having some pragmatism and moving forward. So for that reason, and again, because we're not creating new Made in Vancouver regulations, we are being an early adopter of the provincial regulations. I am happy to support this report today. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also will be supporting it. I really, as I was saying in questions, appreciate the work that staff have done to find a path forward on this, recognizing, as Councillor Kirby-Young just said, that emissions from buildings are our largest source of carbon pollution. So appreciate the surveying and reflection that there was resident support, and in fact that a notable number of residents wanted to see us move faster than this. Appreciate the industry support, both that we've been hearing and that was included in the report. And of course, not everybody is always going to agree, but that we heard very clearly that there is readiness, that industry is moving in this direction. And that the certainty and consistency is appreciated. I think it's important to note that Vancouver is a market leader in this area and others, and so us moving in this direction on timelines that are a bit sooner than the province helps other jurisdictions to move faster and helps us to get there. I also appreciate in the report that staff are doing more reliable research and financial testing than Councillor Montague speaking to two different specific homes. We need that broader picture, that broader financial testing and planning, and that's really helpful to be basing our decisions on. As I have said before, I have been able in my own home to make some of these changes, and I appreciate Councillor Dominato mentioning wanting to get there. I am fortunate to have a very nerdy spouse who has led a lot of this work. And so we have gotten our whole home off of gas, moved to electric hot water as well as electric heating, and certainly have been able to enjoy the benefits of a heat pump and cooling during our hotter stretches. And as was mentioned, we also installed solar panels on our garage. And so our electric, even though we got off of gas entirely, our electric use and electric bill stayed about the same because the solar electricity that we were able to generate locally balanced out the increased electricity from getting off gas. So obviously every situation is unique, and it took a fair amount of work to be able to get there, and we were fortunate, but a useful case study for me in looking at how these options can work in many different settings. And lastly, I just want to speak, as Councillor Carr did, to the importance of meeting our climate targets, or at least making every choice we can within our jurisdiction, within the votes that we have around this table, to be moving closer to meeting those targets. As the IPCC has said so clearly, every year matters, every choice matters, and we are bear the responsibility of being decision makers during time that we will look back on, our kids and grandkids will look back on and judge us for whether we did everything that we can or not. I think, in response to the recognition that we are proposing to move 3 years before the province, I just think about the fact that actually we are all moving a decade plus slower than we needed to. These are changes I wish we had made a decade plus ago. Many homes would be in better situations if that were the case. Our health and the health of our planet would be in a better situation. So actually, I don't think it's that we're rushing at all. I think it's that we are making up for a lot of lost time, and that is our responsibility in our term in government to do everything we can. So thank you to staff for helping us move forward on these important goals.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to staff for this presentation, and to my fellow councillors for, I think, some thoughtful reflections upon what we've got before us. I do support the recommendations to move forward on this, and it's as a result of my coming to the conclusion that we have enough adaptability built into this that that the city and the policies will adapt as we move forward with new opportunities, new technologies. I sort of think back to how many of us were talking about heat pumps prior to the heat dome. Very few, I would say, in the marketplace were really exposed to that product and that opportunity for more efficient fuel. I use the analogy of compact fluorescent bulbs, which were probably in demand for maybe about 2 years before they were out of demand when LED emerged in the marketplace. We know that between 5 and 10 years from now, what we have today will look probably significantly different than the technology that we have at present. And I do think that this policy will allow us to adapt in the moment when we decide that there are other more efficient ways to try and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which is clearly one of the great goals, including making sure that we have more efficient use of our energy supply. I think that the timing that has been built into this report in terms of staggering both to 2025 and 2027 does allow us some of that ability to adapt and see what's coming onto the marketplace. The y-axis on this discussion is really about affordability. There are places around the world where the term energy poverty is prevalent because the cost of energy and the cost to heat homes is such a huge a part of the household budget. We don't want to be in a situation like that. We are blessed with abundant hydro energy here and other sources, but I do appreciate that they do have their limits, and forecasts tell us that we need a lot more of it in the future. So I do, again, come to this report from both the idea that this approach and these policies will allow the city to not only continue its leadership around driving, I think, both climate issues and more efficient and energy efficient development. I do think that this will also give us the ability to make those course corrections where necessary. And I also reflecting upon Councillor Carr's comments, I think that the important imperative for our council is to make sure that we leave the world in this city in a better place than when we got it. And I think that policies like this will potentially allow us to do that. So with that, I am quite looking forward to supporting this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our staff for the presentation this morning. Appreciate the level of detail and also the explanations around the consultation that was undertaken, as well as the examples of sort of what this transition will look like for residents. And I think that's really important. But I did want to, I'm not going to get into sort of commenting on data points and information because I think my colleagues have covered that quite well in this morning's debate. But I do want to reflect on where we find ourselves today. And I often think about this, is that we talk around this table, and also provincially and federally, and we talk about urgency about housing, urgency of addressing homelessness, urgency of addressing public safety, urgency of addressing healthcare. And there are multiple, I don't always use the term crises, but there are multiple issues facing our communities. But when we get to talking about urgency around climate or sustainability, there seems to be some reticence. And I do think, and Councillor Clausen addressed this, is that particularly at this point in time, there is a tension around affordability and adopting measures around sustainability and climate. And we're seeing that bear out in provincial and federal politics right now. And yet, as a number of my colleagues have cited, we can't ignore it, and I don't think anyone is trying to ignore it, but we did experience the heat dome. We were just a number of us were in Calgary for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and there was an entire rural plenary about floods and fires and forest fires. And those communities are talking about how much it has changed. Yes, they had forest fires. That's not new. But the extent of those forest fires, how early that season is starting, how late it's going. And actually here in the Lower Mainland, we've had that experience of seeing smoke coming from both the north and from the south across the border. And so arguably, we are one jurisdiction. Cities and countries are struggling with how to reduce emissions. As some of you know, I've been doing some extended training around environmental social governance, and I was on calls with members from other countries where, yes, they are struggling with the transition because they don't have hydroelectric. They're having to burn coal to create electricity, and they're struggling with how do we adapt. And the energy transition is complicated, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't forge forward and make changes at this jurisdictional level. Should we be in line with provincial and federal jurisdictions? Absolutely. But I also think taking the lead is also benefits not only the city, but it also benefits the region. It may actually help advance some of the provincial work and actually help other municipalities in the region. So I'll leave my comments there, but simply to say that I am supportive of this report. I do think it offers some flexibility, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I hope that council will support the report in full.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and I won't repeat too many of the comments because I think we're mostly all on the same page on this one. I think everybody's agreeing that this is a thoughtful policy. If anything, it's probably moving a little too slow relative to what we know is going to come around the corner as far as climate change and stuff. And it seems, echoing some of Councillor Dominato's comments, when I first joined up with UBCM in 2018, there was still debate about climate change. Now, there's not really debate across the province about climate change. It's more about how are we adapting and, coming up with solutions. I'm heading back to Nova Scotia for a family trip this summer. And when I was last there, I was blown away at how heat pumps have exploded. So Nova Scotia, they don't have gas, they have oil. So they have oil tanks and stuff. And the extent to which single-family homes are switching from oil to heat pumps, and that's thanks to the government. And that's the government stepping in, working with Nova Scotia Hydroelectricity to ensure that there is that funding available, that people are making those changes. And by all accounts, it's turning out great for everybody. Everybody's really happy with their new heat pumps in Nova Scotia. So, and I just, to the comments, the builder from North Van that called in, Eric Jensen, appreciate that he articulated concerns that it might add to more cost for construction and building. I'm very confident from hearing from staff the fact that this is going to be a more efficiency and we're going to actually align things. So I appreciate the call from North Van, but I don't think that it's really germane to the building environment here in Vancouver and the commitments that our staff have made to ensure that this is going to be a smooth transition. And again, it's just really at the time of replacement. So this isn't as onerous as it's being made out to be by some. So thank you, staff, for the work on this. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. And thanks again to staff and the team. Now going to call the vote. So I'll ask the clerk to take us to a voting screen.
A conflict of interest. So that could be corrected for the record in favor.
I think we can correct that right now before we register the vote. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Montague in opposition and Mayor Sim absent. And that concludes item 1. Report 1, I should say, the updating efficiency standards for existing water heaters in detached homes. Thank you, team. Okay, council, that moves us on to report number 2, which is enabling mass timber construction beyond 12 stories. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none, we do not have a team presentation on this item, but council do have the opportunity to ask questions if you'd like to do so. And if you can put yourself on the queue. Okay, I will ask a question and cede the chair to Deputy Mayor Joe. If I can do that. Oh, I don't for questions. Thanks. Okay, the question that I have is, there's a reference in the report here that we align with the evolving senior government regulations, but it references that there's one exception with respects to, I think, encapsulation of the timber within residences, and concerned about that. I wonder if you can explain a little bit, because it always concerns me when Vancouver wants to do a piece differently, on what that concern is. Are we concerned that people are going to be hacking off timber to expose it and show its beauty in residences? And why would that be different in Vancouver than in other cities?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Acting Mayor, and good morning, councilors. Saul Schwebbs, Chief Building Official, Director of Building Policy Inspections and Bylaw Services. And I'm actually going to turn that one over to Assistant Chief Rick Chung, Vancouver Fire Rescue and Fire Protection Engineer, who's here to help answer questions.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Council. Rick Chung, Assistant Chief. So we've had this unique to Vancouver provision for not allowing exposed mass timber in residential suites in the current or in the previous Vancouver building bylaw. So the new BC building code that came out, we're having the same provision remain, and our concern is basically that this is new technology, new construction type, and the newness of the whole technology, we haven't seen the history of it of problems. That's for sure, but it's because it's still new. We have a number of projects underway under construction, so that's one reason. And the other reason is there's the requirements or the allowance of the amount of exposed timber is very complex. It's a formula that based on percentage.
Can I jump in just because we have a limited amount of time, and I'm just trying to get to the issue of why we feel this is more of a concern in Vancouver than in other municipalities.
Right. So in Vancouver, especially, we have a lot of fires almost every day, and especially in downtown East Side. And the concern is, this is the residential areas. There is no ability for a fire department to enforce, to inspect. We can only go inside to inspect whether it's compliant if we have a reasonable a complaint with justification. And
Can I follow up with a question to whether it's to you or to staff? Presumably a lot of the buildings, we're not building a lot of mass timber in the downtown east side, are we? And would a lot of those buildings be social housing or situations where we would have access if there was an issue? Like, I'm just trying to really get to the root of this. I know we have a significant fire issue with respects to existing stock, but can I hear from our planning staff as to whether or not we see that being an issue for new builds in the downtown east side? And I would appreciate some speed for time. Thanks.
Hi, thanks. Patrick Enright, Senior Green Building Engineer and Sustainability. So we have seen some uptake in mass timber buildings, but to my understanding, not only one located in the downtown east side.
Okay, so why are staff recommending an exception just for Vancouver?
So my best understanding is that we have a different process, and that is actually more inclusive of the fire department, and so they're able to have direct input in this process. And if they raise a concern, they're part of the concurrence process for reports, and they're able to include that into this report. So I'm not sure that there's actually necessarily any increased risk. They're just flagging the topic, and was included as part of the report.
If you're not sure there's any increased risk, what is the path towards changing that so our regulation could be aligned with the rest of the province?
We'd have to take that back to staff and take a look at it amongst ourselves to see what we can do about that.
Okay. And would that be best dealt with outside of this report, potentially?
Yeah, I think we'd have to take another look at it. Yeah, if we want to be fully aligned with the province, we need to look at some of the unique to Vancouver conditions that we have here, which is one of the reasons we have our own building bylaw. But yeah, if there's room in this one to make it more fully aligned with the provincial requirements, then yeah, we can take it away and look at that.
I'll find a way to follow up offline then. Thank you. Thanks for that. I'm going to advance Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Chair. So I have a very quick question. So because I always got asked by the community member about this question. So my understanding this mass timber is fire resistant. So it's actually safer than the traditional building type. Can you elaborate more? Why is that?
In certain cases, yeah, it can be safer than like a light frame wood construction, but compared to a concrete building, it's probably equivalent, perhaps maybe a little more fire safe in certain codes or in certain circumstances. One of the issues we have with the building bylaw is we kind of think about what's the worst that can happen, and we build the bylaw around that. There is room within our processes to allow or approve alternative solutions, which is a kind of a means of meeting the letter of the building, or meeting the intent of the building bylaw without meeting the letter of the bylaw, and we are able to allow kind of liberal solutions in some cases depending on the building type and the proposed use and occupancy. But to have the bylaw address like the worst case scenario is a comfortable starting point for us, just given the history of buildings. And this is a very nascent technology. It's a new building. One of these hasn't burned before, as far as I know, and so there hasn't been a whole lot of study done following, a fire in an 18-story mass timber building. So there's just been modeling that's been done or testing that's been done, which is, not reality. So this gives us a margin of comfort within the city of Vancouver, given some of the situations we have here that we don't see outside of the province. But through that alternative solution process, we are able to bring things much more into alignment where it makes sense for us.
Okay, so the fire resistance because of the material itself, or it's because of some actual manufacture process to make the mass timber more?
It's the material itself. The thickness of it. What happens is when there is a fire in a mass timber building, we see charring that takes place, and that charring actually helps protect the remainder of the structure.
I see. Okay, perfect. Thanks for yeah. That's all my question. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, and this may be a question for fire, actually, because I'm just, in my research, I understand that the Brock Commons at UBC is an 18-story encapsulated mass timber construction, and it's about 5 years old now, and so that does fall within Vancouver Fire Rescue's sort of purview.
Yes.
Yeah, was there any issues with that, or any, so far, have you seen?
No issues with that. Is right now that was 18 stories, fully encapsulated with 3 stories. We were involved in it early on in the process, but there's no exposed whatsoever in that building.
Right, so it's encapsulated mass timber construction.
Encapsulated mass timber construction. That's correct.
Excellent. So we're just catching up to this sort of opportunity now. Essentially, here in the city of Vancouver, it's already kind of within our fire rescue kind of universe.
Yes.
For back of a letter word. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Okay. So at this point, where are we now? Do we have speakers? Yes, we do. We have one speaker today, who is Sean Keys. And we will now hear from you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to present to council, and go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, acting mayor and council. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Sean Keys. I'm the executive director of Woodworks BC, program of the Canadian Wood Council. I'm a structural engineer registered as a PEng within the province of BC, and I'm here today to support the expansion of the Vancouver building bylaw to allow mass timber construction beyond 12 stories. First, I'd like to thank staff for moving quickly to adopt the new mass timber provisions in alignment with the BC Building Code. This is further testament to the city's commitment to sustainable wood construction and leadership in this field. However, we have a slight concern about deviating from the BCBC and restricting the amount of visibly exposed mass timber within residential units. The Vancouver building bylaw provisions put forward would limit exposed mass timber in 9 to 12 story residential buildings. The additional requirements for gypsum wallboard encapsulation within the city of Vancouver may cause confusion for design and construction community and reduce their ability to provide consistent solutions across the province. For example, many buildings within the 9 to 12-story range are likely to have hybrid structures using steel or concrete vertical support and mass timber floors only. For these types of buildings, the BC would allow 100% exposed mass timber, whereas the Vancouver building bylaw would require this timber to be encapsulated. The rationale provided in the report to council indicates a concern that building occupants would remove the gypsum wallboard if some wood is exposed. However, many building types, including steel structures, rely on gypsum wallboard to create a fire-rated assembly. Stratas and building owners must ensure that renovations do not decrease the fire performance of these buildings, and sprinklers add an additional layer of redundancy in this instance. The city has a unique opportunity to enhance sustainability by encouraging more mass timber construction. Our concern is that the VBBL additional encapsulation requirements could negatively impact affordability and increase embodied carbon by adding gypsum wallboard. Our recommendation is to fully align the Vancouver building bylaw with the newly adopted BC provisions, the expert technical advisory group recommendations, and the 2025 National Building Code. This alignment will ensure industry-wide consistency and support Vancouver's sustainability goals. We'd welcome the opportunity to collaborate and further discuss these recommendations and the rationale behind them with staff. In closing, I'd like to once again commend the city for its leadership and commitment to advancing mass timber and expediting these changes. Thank you.
That is the end of the speakers list. At this point, would somebody like to move the motion? It's moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Boyle. And is there any discussion, Council? Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly, I just have a quick point of information through you, and then I do have an amendment. Could staff just quickly comment on what you've just heard from Sean Keys, just around that alignment piece or misalignment further, and just any opportunities to address that either now or in the future?
Yeah, I appreciate his comments. I appreciate Sean for coming here. I think we've met before and have talked about this, so he's a good partner in this process. Like I said, this is a fairly new for us. You know, we've got a few mass timber buildings in Vancouver, a few more underway through rezoning. I'm excited to be harmonizing with the province for 18 stories. I'm actually pushing staff to go 19. I want these things in the city. I'm hugely supportive. We had a proposal for a 25-story one that we were taking seriously, and we're going to allow it if the third-party engineering came back. I don't think that one's going ahead, sadly. But we do have unique conditions here as far as, you know, we have, you know, from between density and certain segments of our population, there is a heightened risk in certain circumstances in the city of Vancouver. That being said, I don't want to be too more cautious than we realistically need to be. You know, codes are very reactive. When, you know, something happens in the building, we can study what went wrong and see if something needs to change in our building bylaws. We don't have that with this. This is new. So we're kind of, you know, picking our starting point and working with our colleagues at Fire and Rescue, who we work with on questions like this all the time. You know, this is where we decided would be our starting point in the city of Vancouver. But we're happy to go back and take a look at that to see if you know, we're being overcautious, if we can look at other ways to mitigate some of those risks, you know, increasing fire protection or some other means to make, you know, to mitigate the risk of allowing more exposed mass timber. Be happy to take a look at that.
Okay. Well, it sounds like there's a willingness there to explore this and evolve it. And I know there was even hesitation when we had a builder here recently where we approved the mass timber project on Main around, you know, building new construction with mass timber. And so, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And I'm just going to, at this time, move the amendment that I circulated to council.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, I'm just going to move us to amendment queue.
Thank you.
And go ahead. Do you want to put yourself on the queue? Okay, and so moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Bly. Can I get you to put yourself on? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And yes, so appreciate that really today's effort is really just alignment with the province. However, As council knows, last year at UBCM, a number of municipalities, including Vancouver, advanced a resolution calling on the province to establish an affordable net zero offsite wood housing industrial policy framework. And that work is advancing at the local level. In particular, Metro Vancouver has begun an early adopter journey. The regional district is working with a dozen member municipalities to simplify permitting and pre-approve a semi-standardized design for low-rise rental, aiming to improve project schedules 25 to 30%. And there is an interest in having our local governments work together, potentially around pre-zone, pre-approved designs, harnessing underutilized strategically located municipal land to scale non-market housing and offsite construction. We know that there's potential savings, but also savings in time doing offsite construction as well as in labor. And so the amendment proposed is to direct staff to explore participating in Metro Vancouver and the Zero Emission Innovation Center's offsite wood construction early adopter program to help build capacity and accelerate the adoption of offsite construction methods that support the city's housing supply, affordability, and climate targets. And so that's what I'm proposing to, again, enhance our efforts in this space, and again, to share our learnings, but also to participate in really shaping this space and supporting the demand for more offsite construction, but also just because it provides the ability for us to accelerate housing delivery. And I think we have to be quite cognizant that there is a labor shortage. And so if there's ways that we can advance this work by participating in this early adopter program, then I think it's worthy of our attention.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Absolutely support this amendment. Indeed, the Metro Van Zero Emissions Innovation Center, to which I am this council's representative, is, I think, making huge headway with industry itself by actually involving them in training and getting their ideas, the challenges that they face. And so it is a very useful, it has a very useful set of programs. This particular program, the Wood Construction Early Adopter Program, is one of many, but I think that the encouragement of practitioners, builders, et cetera, to get involved with that program, I think is a very smart one, because my understanding is that industry, well, Councillor Dominato was at an event which actually honored people with awards for the kind of outstanding work they were doing. It was a pretty dynamic, packed room of people from industry, excited about sharing with each other the ideas and practical processes that they'd learned from each other. So, yeah, thanks for doing that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. So council members, see no further discussion on the amendment. We'll move to a voting queue to vote on Councillor Dominato's amendment, which is on screen. Okay, and that has passed unanimously with none in opposition. Okay, Council, I'm going to take this opportunity to put myself on the queue here. Sorry, I'm just multitasking screens. Maybe the clerks can do that. Oh, there we go. And can I cede the chair to Deputy Mayor Joe? Okay, and Deputy Mayor, I have an amendment I'd also like to propose.
Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Carbian, for your amendment.
Okay.
Please move yourself to the amendment queue.
Great.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the amendment that I've proposed, this is a question I had when I was reading the report, and I anticipated that we would hear.
Advance your.
Pardon?
You have to advance. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry, I was letting the clerks drive. Okay, there we go. This is a question that I had when I read the report, but I had anticipated hearing something that sort of would honestly convince me why Vancouver should be different this morning from Vancouver Fire and Rescue. And I think that probably there's more work and consideration to do there. I think fire is always a very real concern, but the fact that Vancouver would be different than the other municipalities, I think bears looking at a little bit further. And so to understand what unique circumstances there might be in Vancouver that would be different from elsewhere. And so I'd like to have that information and not have a more restrictive bylaw that might preclude more use of mass timber supporting our industry and providing options for residents. And so the amendment is further that council directs staff to explore participating. Oh, sorry, I'm really doing different screens here. Bear with me, sorry. Okay, that council directs staff to report back on the potential to align mass timber construction regulations with senior government regulations with respects to the Vancouver specific residential restriction on exposed mass timber within residential units, including consideration for any unique fire safety issues. And so obviously very supportive of this report. It's exciting to see us expanding the potential of mass timber to go taller and provide more options. I'd love to see these projects in our city, but I would like to see this passed today, but have council get more information back on this specific clause that is precluding this use only in Vancouver at this time. And so that's for council's consideration.
Okay, so thanks, Councillor Kirby, seconded by Councillor Clausen. The next one on the queue is Councillor Meisner. Please go ahead. Yeah, we need to advance Councillor Meisner, please. Councillor Kirby, can we advance Councillor Meisner? Perfect, thanks.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, for bringing this forward. I appreciated the speaker that highlighted that potential misalignment between the Vancouver building bylaw and the BC building code in this particular regulation. So council's made efforts to bring those two building bylaws into closer alignment. So I don't want to create any additional regulatory layers in the city of Vancouver versus other cities in BC. So I think this is a good step forward while balancing those fire safety regulations. So thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, for proposing this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meisner. The next one, Councillor Fry.
I mean, I'm not going to oppose this because it's really just a report back, but I mean, I do want to appreciate the work of staff and acknowledge that I've spent way too much time talking to architects who have designed encapsulated mass timber construction and actually advanced it. And the life safety issues around encapsulated mass timber are there for a reason. And I think that this is a thoughtful alignment with the BC Building Code. I'm not sure we have to necessarily add more work to staff when we know that we're already overtasking staff with a lot of work. But that said, if it's not like an incredible amount more work, then I suppose it's not too onerous. But I do really want to respect and acknowledge and appreciate the work of staff in advancing this report as is.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. So seeing no one else on the queue, we can go ahead and vote this amendment. So please register your vote on the voting panel, Council. Okay, so this amendment passed with Mayor Sim absent. Okay, back to you now, Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Joe. Okay, so Council, we now have an amended report on the floor, and not seeing any further. If Council has any comments, this is the opportunity, and if not, I'm going to take us to the vote. Okay, I'll ask clerks to bring up the voting screen, and this will be voting on the amended report. Okay, and that passes unanimously with none in opposition and Mayor Sim absent. So thank you, staff, and thank you, team. Appreciate the work. That concludes report 2, enabling mass timber construction beyond 12 stories. And we will now move on to report number 4, which is the appointment of the council member to the Vancouver Police Board. We do not have a presentation on this item. It was held by Councillor Bly. And Councillor Bly, you have the floor.
Great, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to move the recommendations of the report, and I have an amendment as well.
Great, I will just move us to an amendment queue. Do we have a seconder for the, seconded by Councillor Claassen? Thank you, go ahead, Councillor Bly, if you want to put yourself on the amendment queue. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. It's just a very simple amendment to maintain Mayor Ken Sim's position as a seat on the board. noting that the report is recognizing a change in the Police Act that the mayor no longer is required to sit as chair of the police board, but that, of course, there is interest by the mayor to maintain his participation on the police board as a representative of the council. So that is the amendment that I see the language is on screen. I'll read it for clarity, that council appoint Mayor Ken Sim to the Vancouver Police Board effective June 11th, 2024 for a term expiring November 2nd, 2026.
Okay, and I just want to clarify that we had a mover for the report and a seconder, but we now need a move the amendment, which is moved by Councillor Bly, and just confirming that we had a seconder. Clerks for the amendment? No.
No, it wasn't.
I think the main
Needs a seconder.
I think the main report was okay. So the amendment seconded by Councillor Dominato, and now is that all for comments, Councillor Bly?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fry, comments? The amendment?
Yeah, I definitely do not support this amendment and the continuation of the mayor in this role. I think, there's a variety of reasons, but, I was even trying to look back on some of the police board minutes, and it seems that there hasn't been minutes on the police board since, since July 2023. But from the minutes that I could see, the mayor's attendance at police board meetings was batting 3 for 5. And this is without being able to see the vast extent of police board meetings. But really, my impetus for looking at some of this was, in fact, the controversy around the allegations from Faye Whiteman and her resignation from the police board, which in fact prompted a lot of, I think, this direction from Minister Farnworth to really advance this as part of the Police Act reform. And I'm going to just read from Faye Whiteman's quotes on this matter, that the mayor chairs the police board, and any direct feedback or involvement in board activities from any politically appointed individuals working in the mayor's office compromises the board. This was becoming more frequent and more direct interference was occurring. And I want to reiterate that, we know that the mayor hasn't even been attending all the police board meetings in absence of having fulsome minutes to reference. And I think that that's a pretty significant issue. And I'm also going to highlight the fact that, in fact, the mayor and the entire ABC caucus were in fact endorsed by the Vancouver Police Union. And I think that has bearing.
Just 1 second, Councillor Fry.
You don't even have to cite a number if you want to interrupt me, Councillor, but.
Councillor Fry.
But it is a statement of fact. I'm not.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah,
I do have to deal with the point of order procedurally, so if I can get you to pause for a moment.
there needs to be
And
a number.
Councillor Dominato, you do need to cite a section if you want to raise a point of order. Do you have one? Okay, so you have the option to come back on, and Councillor Fry, you can resume your comment.
And I don't appreciate the interruption. This is a statement of fact. It was a very public endorsement by the Vancouver Police Union for ABC and Mayor Sim. And the reason I reflect on that is because the importance of policing as an impartial institution, the integrity of the office needs to be paramount. And I don't think that's reflected in this sort of political approach to this. And I want to highlight that was, in fact, the intent of removing mayors from the police board in the first place. And that was why the Police Act recommended as much. I think this just further adds to the opacity behind the police board. And I think this is a big mistake, mostly for the integrity of the police office and the perception of the public as how they see the police and what this role means. So I think this is a mistake.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Yes, Chair, have filed an amendment to this.
Okay, we are in discussion, but we can go to an amendment now. I'm going to move us to amendment Q. Actually, we're already in an amendment, so you're doing an amendment to the amendment. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting warmed up again. I haven't done this for a while. Yeah, we're doing an amendment to an amendment. Okay, so I've moved us to amendment Q2. If you can just give me a second. Yeah. If you can put yourself on the queue, Councillor Carr. Okay, so moved by Councillor Carr and then seconded by Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Carr, do you want to introduce your amendment to the amendment, please?
My amendment is quite simple. It simply replaces Mayor Ken Sim with Fry to the Vancouver Police Board. And I don't think I need to say counselor, but if I can be corrected if I need to insert the title. But the point is that I feel very, very strongly that that the impartiality of the Vancouver Police Board is incredibly important within the institution of the Vancouver Police and the city at large and amongst residents at large. I do believe that having had the police union, Vancouver Police Union, endorse the mayor, does open up some questions in the public around the impartiality. And I think it's incredibly important that that be that we consider that in any decision we make in terms of the appointment to that board. So that is the primary reason for which I have submitted this amendment to the amendment.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'd like to make comments. I'm going to cede the chair to Deputy Mayor Joe. Yeah, sort of to the discussion around the chamber, I will note that political candidates from all parties receive endorsements from all manner of organizations, including unions, many around this table who then vote on union matters. They've received endorsement from other first responder services, such as Vancouver Fire and Services. We then vote and support them in their efforts and their work on their budget and resources. And that's also our job here. Once we are past campaigns and in the chamber there, I think that this could be politicized in a number of ways. And I think it is being done so. I think that the legislation clearly states that either a member of council or a mayor can be appointed, but that mayor may not necessarily become the chair. And so when this appointment is made, it triggers an election for chair and vice chair. And I certainly think that that's what we're going to see. That's my expectation or anticipation, I should say, that we're going to see a change and a shift there. But I think having the mayor of the city, particularly during this transitional period, provides some benefit. This is a council that has supported in response to the requests and needs of residents, both of our public safety services fully. And if we want to talk about politicization of supporting police, I would also note that I would have concerns with appointing Councillor Fry, who voted to defund the VPD by 50%. And I'm not sure that that would be a good basis to start from in trying to work through modernizing our policing. And I think we're having some excellent success in some of the initiatives that have been brought forward, such as pairing with mental health nurses and already seeing early statistics and signs of some of those calls. Right in the operations center at 2120 Canby being diverted where they can be responded to by a mental health worker who has a case, is able to access a case file, or can do that in partnership with an ununiformed officer. So I think we're on a really positive trajectory for public safety in our city with both of our public safety services. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support the amendment. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Okay.
Well, I certainly agree with Councillor Kirby-Young's assertion that this is about politicizing. I would have called a point of order on the assertion that I had voted to defund the police force by 50%, which is categorically wrong. I believe the vote you're referring to was when we were in the midst of COVID, and we talked about a 10% haircut of all departments across all city sectors. There was no vote to defund the police by 50%. So setting that record straight. And I want to just make a distinction between the notion that the police board is, the role of the police board is the same as, say, voting on union contracts for outside workers or even for fire. The Police Act is a provincial statute. The Minister of Safety has amended the Police Act specifically to address some of the issues that we see right now. And, fundamentally, this role is for civilian oversight of policing. And, the role of policing is to maintain law and order, enforce the law, and prevent crime. And it's important that we have civilian oversight. We already have one political appointment from this council that is on the board currently. It's not that big a board. The rest of the appointments are through the province. And frankly, this isn't about me necessarily being the representative, but I think that it does need to be beyond reproach. And it does need to eschew this idea that there is some kind of politicization of policing. And I have to say, with the current council appointee to the board, is a very political appointment. the idea that the mayor should be reappointed as a now voting member of the board is very political, and it needs to be called out.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I just want to conclude by making it very clear that my intent with this is to actually move us away from the politicizing of the board, the police board, which should not be a political board. Taking us back to the last election, that the endorsement of Mayor Kinsim and ABC as a party was the first time that the police union has endorsed a mayor and a party in a civic election. And that itself was a politicization, which I think was well, I'm not going to comment on that. It just was a politicization, in what otherwise has been, I think, a process of making sure that the police are seen as impartial, not politicized, impartial, and acting in the realm of providing good service to the public, which is why civilian oversight is incredibly important, and the province is involved. So it's. I'm not going to repeat, the points that have been made by Councillor Fry, but I hope people consider the importance of the change I've offered to create a more impartial situation.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes councillor comments. We will now go to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. And that amendment fails with myself, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Montague, Councillor Classing, Councillor Meisner, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Will then take us back to Amendment Q1. So we now have back to Councillor Bly's amendment to the report. And I am not seeing any councillors on the. Oh, so Councillor Carr, can I just check? Do you have any further comments
No.
on this amendment? Okay.
I sorry, I can't take myself off.
Okay. Councillor Fry to the amendment.
Yeah, well, actually, because this amendment was moved without the opportunity to ask questions of staff, I'm wondering, Chair, if through you, I can ask questions of the city manager.
Yeah, absolutely.
First and foremost, is this council appointment to replace the existing council appointment?
So with, thanks through the chair, so that with the changes to the Police Act, council is now required to, whereas in the past, as council knows, the mayor was automatically appointed as the police board and as chair, that's now an obligation for council to make that appointment, both the individual and set the term. So this motion we see as consistent with council's obligations now under the revised Police Act.
So to be clear, then we have now 2 council appointees on the police board of it's 5 or 6 members.
Yeah, I think there may be other vacant seats. So yes, council appoints 1 member of the public and then 1 member of council.
Right. So 2 political appointees. Is there an obligation for the police board to include minutes of the board meetings? Because I'm not seeing any on the.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. I would have to refer any procedural questions back to the board, but we can certainly ask them those questions.
I guess lastly, would there be any considerations for accountability to this council and public reporting of the business of any council appointees on the police board, similar to how we do with transmittal reports from Auditor General Committee, those kind of things?
So through the chair, there is no obligation on the part of council appointed members of the police board to report back to council. So this is not a subcommittee of council, like for example, the Auditor General. In that case, that subcommittee is accountable to this body. That's not the case with the police board. It's an independent legal entity with separate fiduciary responsibilities. So other than the police board's budget, which of course is subject to council approval ultimately.
Councillor Fry, is it time? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear the rest of the.
So are you asking a question through the chair?
Yes, could you please, yes, my question is could you please, city manager, continue with your answer to the question raised by Councillor Fry?
Yes, so there's not a formal accountability back to council. Certainly, council always has the opportunity to ask questions of both the board or council appointees. Council can change those appointments as well.
Yeah. Through you, could I ask another question of city manager?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want verification. I'm pretty sure that this is the case. Actually, having an appointment to a board does not mean that you cannot vote on the matters related to that board. So in this case, appointees from city council makes to the board, they still are able to vote on all matters related to the Vancouver Police Board at a time, at whatever time they come up in council's agendas.
So I think, thanks through the chair, generally with some legislative change by the province, members of council who are appointed by council to sit on the boards of other organizations are not automatically in conflict where there are issues that impact that board. There may be conflict of interest issues that arise either on the police board side or on council side, that those would be up to the member of council who serves in that role to work out and get advice on. But my understanding is, as a default, there's no automatic conflict there.
Great. Okay, appreciate that clarity. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, that's all, Councillor Carr. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to reflect that I think this does actually do a disservice to the Vancouver Police Department by politicizing the role. The allegations made by Faye Whiteman were pretty serious and indeed quite credible, and I think that they bear reflection. There's still been no report back on the substance of that, and I think that that, again, speaks to the dysfunction of the police board. And I just want to add that since I had a conversation with Mike Howell that he published in the Vancouver Courier, or Vancouver is awesome, sorry. I've had a number of police officers actually reach out to me and suggest that I would actually be an appropriate representative on the police board because they are legitimately concerned about the politicization of the police board. And I think that's something to strongly consider because, you know, and I say this as a, you know, full disclosure, my father-in-law is a retired cop. I don't hate cops. I'm very, you know, I speak to a lot of police officers in the course of my daily life. And I respect the office of the police. But I do think that it needs to be beyond reproach. And I do think that we have turned a very weird and unprecedented corner with the integration of politics and policing in this city. And I don't think it's a good look. And I don't think it actually reflects well on the men and women out there who are doing the work of policing in our city and who are trying to and doing an excellent job. I don't think this is a good look for them. It puts them in an uncomfortable light. And I'm not blowing smoke when I say many of them have reached out and they're afraid of reprisals for coming public with something like this, but they have suggested that they don't think this is an appropriate course of action. So I'll leave it at that. I think this is a mistake. And, but as predicted, it is sort of a political move. So here we are.
Okay, seeing no other councillors on the queue, we will now move to a vote on the amended report. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Fry in opposition. Okay, council, that concludes that report, and that moves us on with at about 12 minutes to noon, if we want to take a run at trying to do this next one. But to report number 5, which is the operating budget allocation. And I want to start by asking if any member of council wishes to declare a conflict of interest on this item. And I'm not seeing any.
Seen this queue jump around on the Crestron like 7 times.
Yeah,
think,
I
since you-
see the queue, and I'm going to ask clerks to note that. I had put us on the main queue. Okay. So does this reflect where people were, or is this not?
It actually wasn't. It was Councillor Meisner was first on the
That was
first
my
queue.
that was my recollection as well. So can we get clerks to reset that?
I mean, I'm happy to go.
And does that look right to folks?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks very
So
much, Chair.
Just a second. Yeah. So this item, as a reminder, does not have a team presentation. Councillor Meisner held this item, and you do have an opportunity to ask questions of staff if you like. But go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. So I'd like to move the recommendations of the report and then move to an amendment queue, please.
Okay. So moved by Councillor Meisner. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Joe, and I'm now going to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Meisner, can you put yourself on? Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks very much. So obviously, I appreciate that there's a lot of interest in this item. I'd like to move a motion to defer decision on this item until a future council meeting when the mayor is present and can speak to the report and his office's budget. So I've prepared an amendment on the screen there, and I can read it out as well, just for clarity. The amendment reads that council defer consideration of the report titled Operating Budget Reallocation to the regular council meeting on June 25th, 2024.
Okay, do we have a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Bly. Yeah, seconded by Councillor Bly. And Councillor Meisner, does that conclude your comments? Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks. I have a lot of concerns about this continued increase in the mayor's office budget, but I am fine with a deferment of the decision so that we can hear from the mayor and the mayor can be part of that discussion. I also, just for transparency, wanted to name that I circulated an amendment which I will bring forward when the item comes back onto our agenda.
Councillor Boyle, can I just ask you to focus on the
yes, I think
deferral
it's,
motion, which is on the floor now?
certainly related. If we're deferring this report and we're deferring the discussion, and we'll have that
The discussion will
in June.
happen at the next meeting. So if I can ask you to limit your comments to the deferral, which is the matter for council's consideration.
Okay, well, my concerns about the motion relate to the transparency and accountability of how public funds are spent through the mayor's office. And as we see an increase which was approved in December and related to this report now, I think it's important that we increase that transparency and accountability so the public has an understanding of where these dollars are spent and how it benefits, how the expenditure of these public funds don't just benefit the mayor, but benefit the public. So I plan to continue to raise those concerns when it comes back to us on June 25th.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I think this might be a point of information or point of procedure. If this deferral is approved, does it preclude our ability to ask questions to the city manager to the motion?
It does not. It would go back on the June 25th regular council meeting as a regular item of business, and so all the.
No. I mean today. I would like to ask questions of the city manager and staff today.
At this point, if you have a question or a point of information that relates to the deferral, you can ask it. But if it's material to the report, I would suggest council save those for the debate on the 25th.
Well, it is material to the report. I'm just curious if, okay, so then I'm going to ask them now because I think there is a fair amount of public interest.
Okay, before you do that, I'll just ask clerks to pause your time for a second. I'm just noting it's 11:52. We have, this is our last report, and then we have a few other administrative items. I'm just looking for a sign from council if we want to move to extend to continue the business, or if we would like to lunch break at noon and then come back after in council. Okay, so we're gonna move just to, am I hearing a motion from somebody to complete the item specifically? And then we'll recess and come back at 3. Okay, and that was moved by Councillor Meisner and seconded by Councillor Boyle. All in favor? You none, sorry. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Councillor Fry. Can you resume Councillor Fry's time, please?
Yeah, noting it wasn't frozen there, so. I guess through you then to the city manager. Because this is, in fact, a recommendation from the city manager. The mayor's office has historically been supported by competent, trained, professional, nonpartisan administrative team. Why are we making this shift to now reallocating civil servants to the mayor's office?
So that is the case, that there are members of the city clerk's team who provide administrative support to the mayor and the mayor's office. That is still the case. Those numbers haven't changed. In this case, this was an additional resource that was added in the last budget.
Sorry, I'm going to take a minute to interrupt. And I apologize to the city manager, but the clerk just advised me that I was correct previously in saying that we shouldn't actually be asking questions on the motion. We should only be speaking to the deferral specifically. And that was just confirmed by the city clerk. So that has been affirmed. So at this point, if I can ask councillors limit their questions, the debate itself will happen when the matter comes before the regular council meeting on June 25th. And the clerks have just confirmed that. So the matter that councillors have to decide now is if you would like to either debate this today or you would like to wait and do it on the 25th. And that's a narrow window to provide comments within.
Okay, so then I'll just comment to the amendment and the deferral, which is clearly, really at this point, kind of political obfuscation. I don't think we should be completely ignoring this conversation because of the mayor's travel schedule. Now, this is of significant interest to the public. It does represent a pretty significant further politicization, as we've just seen from the Police Act report. And I think this does an injustice to the public. I certainly appreciate that Mayor Sim may want to come and defend his Sim may want to come and defend the allegations that this is further politicization and entrenchment of power in the mayor's office. But the fact of the matter is that by denying this opportunity to speak to it today, it just further kind of clouds this conversation and defers it to another day when there is significant public interest right now. And I certainly have questions that I'd like to have answered. So I'm a little frustrated that this deferral will deny the opportunity to do that today. Because we're
Sorry, technical issue, 1 second. Go ahead, Councillor Fry. Apologies.
Yeah, just because at the end of the day, this is a report and recommendation from the city manager's office. It's not from the mayor. And I appreciate that the mayor might want to defend himself, and maybe we could defer it after an appropriate debate on the city manager's recommendations. But as it stands, this deferral denies us that opportunity. And I think that's, again, further politicization of a conversation that needs to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Meisner, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I don't see it as denying an opportunity to have a fulsome discussion. I think deferring it for when the mayor is going to be present and in attendance and can speak to the report and the need for this additional resource will allow us to have an informed conversation. So from my perspective, I don't feel comfortable today making a decision on this report without the mayor present in order to provide that information that I need to be comfortable making the decision.
Okay, that's all. Councillor Meisner?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments on the queue, I'll ask the clerk to take us to a vote on the motion to defer to June 25th. Okay, that passes with Councillor Fry in opposition, and that concludes this item. So we will now recess council for lunch, returning at 3 o'clock to conclude the rest of the business. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Council. Welcome back. We are reconvening the regular Council meeting of June 11th. We left off just before we're about to start item 6 and report 6, which is amendments to the license bylaw to implement vacancy control in single room accommodation, otherwise known as SRA properties. And before we proceed further, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Oh, seeing none. Okay, this item does not have a team member presentation, but council do have the opportunity and have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff if you'd like to do that. And I see we have Councillor Fry in the chambers or on the queue, but I don't see him in the chambers. Okay, Councillor Fry, you're up.
I'm up to,
Did you put your, we're on report 6. Were you on the queue for questions?
I
You pulled this
was, yeah.
You pulled this item, I believe. If not, we don't have any questions and we're ready to deal with it.
Okay, sorry. That was the
This is report 6 on
SRA bylaw?
vacancy control.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And thanks for indulging my showing up late here. Curious about the changes to the enforcement bylaw, I believe it was, and how, what does that actually mean? So, the amendments to the ticket offense bylaw and how that will be used to address future compliance issues with regard to rent increases or anything of that nature. How do we contemplate that's going to work?
I believe Grant Murray's on the line. He might be able to speak to that.
Hi, it's Grant Murray I'm just had some eye surgery yesterday. I'm calling in from home. The ticket offenses amendments are essentially just a duplication of the ones that were put in place prior to the court case. It's just that there were some numbering issues, and we have to correct that because of some changes made to the ticket offenses bylaw and to the license bylaw over time. The original scheme was that we would seek to enforce these through the issuance of tickets. That's still likely to be the case in most circumstances. Of course, we have other options in the event that we have to seek an injunction to enforce a bylaw. But my understanding is that this is largely just putting us back in the place that we would have been in had these bylaws not been struck down and had the amendments not affected the existing bylaw in a particular manner. But it's just to put them back into the original place that they were in, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you for that then. That's good. Thanks, Grant. And if you're feeling better soon.
That's all, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I'm just going to collect my thoughts. I'm going to jump back on to see others on the queue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just have a question to staff around the rent roll. So altering the date that rent rolls are provided, what impact does that have? Given just the process of the decision-making around this particular bylaw, that is, I know we've gathered the information from the rent roll previous, but now it's being dated to July 31st. So what is the impact? And I guess my question, simply put, is we know that we've lost SRO units in terms of affordability or that sort of lowest level of rents. So the rent roll now will show the new rents that those units under the SRA bylaw are being rented out at, and that will become the new minimum, essentially, or the new recorded.
The new benchmark, correct.
New benchmark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Liam Wilbus, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. Basically, the MIVA reinstated the bylaws, and now we need to start from scratch and collect those rent rolls. And typically, the rent rolls are collected January 31st, which is the time of the business license renewal. But in order to make sure that we have those rents as soon as possible, we're recommending an amendment to collect rents at the end of July for 2024.
Okay. So by bringing this forward as quickly as we have, and of course the province's response to the concerns, well, greater than concerns, but the very real loss of these units, that if we had delayed any further, or if the delay had allowed to continue, that we would continue to have potentially seen a loss of those units, so that at some point, if this was to be enacted 6 months from now or not, we would have just really been starting from square one at that point, which would have meant that affordability would have been lost in some of these critical units.
Correct. We're seeing the continued loss of affordability in the stock. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it there. I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks for the update in the report. I'm just curious if you can comment and offer your thoughts with respect to this particular report and the vacancy control being reinstated for SRAs in the context of the following report, because what we've found consistently is that a number of these SROs are not taken care of in terms of the building, interior, exterior, and is there some provision to address that outside of some of the tools that are going to be looked at in the next report? Because one of the growing concerns is that these building owners will just simply let things fall apart. We've talked about that a number of times here, and then we end up with life and health and safety issues in these buildings, which led to some of the, well, ultimately expropriation of too. And I'm just curious. I appreciate we've often talked about the long-term solutions, but we're missing something in the middle there, in the sort of the shorter to medium term to deal with this. So I think it's great we're going to be able to protect that stock, but my fear is that we're also going to continue to see these buildings be dilapidated, and not sure that the next report's totally going to address that either. It does impose more penalties and fines. So you could just comment broadly if there's any other conversation about a short to medium term strategy with the province around ensuring the health and safety of people within these buildings, which is their homes. And we've been through, a number of us have walked through some of them, and they're in a very poor state in many cases.
I guess just to provide some additional clarity, there are provisions under the Residential Tenancy Act. If an owner is making upgrades or doing things to improve their building, there are provisions under the RTA to look for exceptional rent increases. So we are mirroring that in terms of vacancy control. We recognize these are it is challenging for owners with just the cost of insurance and all of these other pieces and maintaining their buildings. We are working with our government partners on an SRO investment strategy where we are exploring other tools for kind of interim repair and stabilization options for private owners that we anticipate reporting back to you with some of those in the fall.
Okay, and that's coming back in the fall, you said?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that'd be great, because I do feel like that's one of the pieces that really stands out in all of this, is that while we're striving for the longer piece of self-contained units and new buildings, we're still, it was in our first year, I think, when we dealt with the expropriation of the region of Balmoral downtown, and now and still there's nothing there. So I think that just speaks volumes to how long it takes to move. And so if there's some interim measures to follow, to come to deal with sort of safety and building, the state of building, sorry, I'm really tired today. That would, I think, is a good thing. So I'll look forward to the report in the fall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'll ask the clerk to take us to a vote on this report. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Thank you. And seeing no further discussion, we will now go to a vote. Thank you. And that has passed with myself in opposition and Mayor Sim absent. And thank you. That concludes item 6, which is the SRA vacancy report, and moves us on to item 7, improving the effectiveness of the standards of maintenance, or SOM bylaw, which I believe was held by Councillor Fry. But first, does any member wish to declare a conflict on this item? Seeing none. We do have a presentation for this item. If Council would like to see it. Yes, great. Thanks. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Acting Mayor and Councilors. I am Saul Schwebs, Architect AIBC, Chief Building Official, Director of Building Policy Inspections and Bylaw Services. And it is my pleasure to present our presentation on the changes or improvements to the effectiveness of the Standards of Maintenance Bylaw. I'm joined today in chambers by Matthew Meyer, who's with the DBL's Policy Development Team, and online by Grant Murray from Legal Services. So, background, the Standards of Maintenance Bylaw prescribes standards for the maintenance and occupancy of buildings within the city of Vancouver. The purpose is to ensure that buildings are free from hazard and are maintained to continuously in conformity with accepted health, fire, and building requirements. In 2022, Council directed staff to report back with recommendations and options to improve the effectiveness of the Standards of Maintenance Bylaw, including addressing problematic properties that exhibit a history of noncompliance with city bylaws, giving considerations to raising the minimum and maximum fines for certain violation where there's immediate impact on the life safety of building residents, looking to shortening the period of time in which the city can step in to or carry out any and all necessary work to bring a building in compliance at the expense of the property owner, considering measures related to prevent harms caused by heat waves, considering the potential impact of these measures on building closure and tenant evictions. Yet through our consultation process, we heard a concern from the city's Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee that during snowfalls, accessible parking spaces are being used to pile up snow. The update to extreme heat response plans for 2022 memo included the following work being done by staff on changes to the city's extreme heat response plans, along with additional cooling works since the memo. The improving the effectiveness of the Standards of Maintenance Bylaw memo provided information on the regulatory framework and background for designated single-room accommodation buildings, enforcement of the Standards of Maintenance Bylaw in designated SRA buildings, including recent issues with bylaw compliance, existing short-term actions that address council directions in the motion, and initial policy considerations for the bylaw review. Through this report, staff heard from private and nonprofit SRO operators and owners, rental market owners and developers, tenant support advocacy groups, Vancouver Coastal Health, and the residential tenancy brands. Staff also conducted a jurisdictional scan of comparable Canadian and American jurisdictions with a significant amount of older SRO tenement or collective housing. So recommendations include amend the SOM bylaw to increase the maximum fines a court could impose from $10,000 to $50,000 for bylaw offenses impacting life safety of building occupants. The city's property use inspectors focused on the goal of achieving bylaw compliance with SOM bylaw by working with property owners and operators, offering guidance and education. If these efforts do not result in voluntary compliance, inspectors can escalate the response by setting letters that outline the necessary work to be completed to bring the bylaw into compliance, or to bring the building into compliance. In cases where life safety issues put building residents at risk, an immediate order may be issued requiring urgent action to the violation. If all possible actions are not successful, the city can refer a file to prosecution in provincial court, a remedy, or recommend to council for the city to seek injunctive relief in Supreme Court. In the case of a successful prosecution, the amount of the fine upon conviction is decided by the judge. Raising the maximum fine the court could impose is intended to safeguard the necessity of life safety for residents in buildings in regards to the maintenance standards of these buildings. This increase in fine would only be for certain offenses impacting life safety. The maximum fine is intended to be reserved for the most egregious cases where an immediate impact on the life and limb of building residents is evident. We're also looking to increase the minimum fines from $500 to $1,000 for standards of maintenance offenses. Raising the minimum fines a court could impose for bylaw offenses would align the standards of maintenance bylaw with comparable ticketing offenses, including bear spray, selling fireworks, exploding animal deterrence, and fighting in public. Section 88 of the Offenses Act allows the court to consider the means and ability of the defendant to pay a fine and impose a lesser fine if necessary. We also would look at enabling the property use inspectors to issue municipal ticket informations, or MTIs, for offenses related to life safety. It would provide them with a new tool to achieve bylaw compliance. This would align the PUIs, a compliance pathway similar to that used by Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, who currently have authority to issue MTIs for building safety related to fire risk. In some instances, MTIs may be used as an alternative to letters or orders with the aim to find a prompt resolution depending on the context of the building. We're also looking to reduce the number of days upon which the city may step in to carry out necessary work at the expense of the building owner from 60 days to 30 days. Reducing the number of days in which the city can carry out repairs at the expense of the owner underscores the urgency of taking prompt action. The city prioritizes compliance and recognizes potential hurdles in undertaking building repairs, such as logistical challenges obtaining building materials or labor, and only undertakes repairs in exceptional circumstances. In rare instances where compliance is not forthcoming, decreasing the amount of time in which the city can undertake repairs at the expense of the owner can encourage expeditious action. We also asked council to request a charter change to sections 330K to give council authority to make future bylaws for regulating cooling in a room while it is occupied. During the 2021 heat dome, the extreme temperatures claimed the lives of 600 individuals in the province of BC, with 98% of those fatalities occurring indoors. There are authority challenges in allowing for cooling-related measures. Section 330K of the Vancouver Charter allows council to make bylaws regulating the minimum indoor temperature, but does not mention maximum indoor temperature. This lack of authority prevents the city from making bylaws on policies such as regulating the maintenance of air conditioning units, along with other mechanical or passive cooling policies. Staff are recommending that council ask the BC government for a charter change, which would allow council to make bylaws related to maximum indoor air temperatures. The charter amendment is not intended to result in a future bylaw requiring all indoor residential rooms to have maximum temperature, given the financial burden this could place on owners, along with issues with building electrical capacity, challenges with an increase associated with increase in air conditioning units. Instead, this charter change would enable future policies to regulate cooling, such as policies to improve shading or allowances or maintenance of mechanical air conditioning units in residential units. We're also looking to require all owners or operators of lodging houses to put up a notice informing residents of the nearest publicly accessible cooling center or cooling room within the building. In the interim, the city is also considering requiring all owners or operators of lodging houses to put up a notice informing residents of the nearest publicly accessible cooling center or cooling room within the building. During heat events, some individuals may not be aware of or have adequate access to publicly accessible cooling centers. A summer heat safety notice may encourage tenants to visit a cool room in their building or other spaces to lower their core body temperatures and prevent heat-related illness. This policy addresses concerns related to harms caused by heat events. It's relatively simple to implement and not anticipated to result in an increase in CO2 emissions. The city has the authority to require this through the license bylaw. We also like to make an addition to standards of maintenance sentence 8.1 to ensure that openable windows remain operable. The city is also recommending an amendment to ensure that openable windows remain operable. Some tenants may be limited in their access to cooler outdoor air during heat events or sufficient ventilation, potentially leading to elevated levels of CO2 and volatile organic compounds indoors compared to outdoors. This change can improve ventilation and may have secondary benefits to cooling, given outdoor air is generally cooler than outside air during heat events. Studies also show that natural ventilation can reduce utility costs, increase comfort, and have psychological benefits for residents. The city's accessible task force has identified snow on parking. In consulting with them, the city of accessibility task force has identified snow on parking stalls, especially accessible parking stalls, as well as ramps and walkways as a concern for some building residents. Snow events can result in accessibility challenges for building residents, especially those with disabilities and mobility issues. Enabling residents increased access to and from their buildings during snow events is intended to provide direct benefits for persons with accessibility barriers, including increased access to services and programs people need, being able to get around in the city where they live and work, and feeling like they belong when spending time in public places. This recommendation would apply to improved parking spaces and sidewalks, which include those that are paved, have accessibility features added, or have surface treatments. Staff recommend aligning changes to the SOM bylaw with the street and traffic bylaw to remove snow and ice from any sidewalk adjacent to the parcel's property line by 10 a.m. each day. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have a number of questions from councillors, and we'll start with Councillor Fry, who I believe held the item. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Saul. So on the cooling and the request of Vancouver Charter, now just to be clear, like I understand New Westminster and other cities have already introduced this kind of thing. So this is really just an exception by virtue of the Vancouver Charter, but other municipalities in British Columbia are enabled to request that landlords provide cooling.
I'm not sure what authorities other municipalities have, but I'm certain that it's one that they're lacking. Given that they've made those moves, it's probably is the case that they have the authority and we do not because of the charter.
Yeah, okay, appreciate that. Now, table 16, the addition of that, it's found on page 10 here. So I was very concerned around the circumstances around 414 East 10th Avenue and the fire that happened there, and the relatively seemingly inconsequential penalties that were imposed upon the landlord. And does this strengthen us and give us more proactive ability to go after situations like that?
Not in the case of a building like that. That building, since the fire, has not been suitable for occupancy. I posted an unsafe to occupy order shortly after that fire. So I believe that the standards of maintenance bylaw, and Grant can let us know if this is the case, because I think he was doing some research on it. I believe it applies to occupied buildings only.
And sorry, to be more clear, there was a litany of complaints about this building in advance of the
In advance of the fire, yeah, there may have been some, this may have given us some better tools to deal with the situation beforehand. I know fire was kind of running the ball on that one with several prosecutions. It's interesting you mentioned that building because I am going to be bringing a nuisance report to council shortly. So we'll talk about that more in next month. But yeah, it probably could have helped us maintain the conditions of that building ahead of the fire.
And that's my primary concern, is how we're ensuring life safety for residents of Vancouver. And it's less about the punitive piece. It's more about like, let's not even get there in the first place. So I appreciate that this will help us better enforce life safety standards for residents. I guess, and Grant, I hate to ask you anything because I know you're recovering and probably feeling a little groggy, but I'm wondering if you could just kind of give him in a plain English definition, the distinction of an MTI for Grant Murray.
It's Grant Murray. Municipal ticket information is a method of commencing a prosecution, and it does not require approval in advance by a justice of the peace. So somebody can just hand them out. If you're listed on the ticket offenses bylaw as somebody who can issue the ticket, you're entitled to issue the ticket without getting pre-approval from a justice of the peace. After that, the process is essentially the same. It results in a prosecution. If you were to videotape it and watch the trial afterwards, you couldn't tell whether it was commenced by ticket information or whether it was commenced by true information. But if you don't respond to a ticket information, you're automatically deemed to be guilty. And that's not the case with true information, like an actual information that's sworn in front of a justice of the peace. But there's some important restrictions on it. The maximum fine is limited below the $50,000, and you cannot get a sort of injunction that frequently will accompany a conviction by way of a true information. But the city has embraced ticket informations for some considerable time. Many of our bylaws are enforceable in that manner, and it's typically a simpler and faster way to commence a prosecution in the event that it comes to that.
So in the plain English, it gives us a bit more teeth in the ability to enforce.
Sorry to avoid the plain English, but I think it is more teeth. It's an additional tool in the toolbox, which we otherwise wouldn't have if it's not included in the ticket information bylaw.
Excellent. Thanks, Grant, and thank you, Saul.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Never ask a lawyer for plain English. Okay, moving on to Councillor Fry.
No.
Or sorry, Councillor Carr. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted today. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask a question about something. I don't know if we have the control over this or not, but I've been, following the news and seeing an incredible increase in the number of fires due to the candles that are being, I guess, just lit on beds and they, catch fire. But is that something over which we have absolutely no control? There's no ability, because it's a personal item and, okay.
Yeah, that is the case, and thank you for the question. We don't have control over whether or not people can light candles in their bed or not. We don't go that far. Our colleagues in fire are working very closely with building owners and operators as well as the tenants to try and educate people in buildings with regards to fire safety. I mean, we have a very good understanding of the consequences of unattended candles in this building. That was the cause of the Winters fire 2 years ago, in which 2 people were killed. So yeah, we're trying to spread the word around the risk, but as far as controlling the activity, we don't have any authority.
And are we pretty well limited to life safety issues? And I'm thinking, I'm probably not the only counselor that's received calls from residents who are extremely concerned around their buildings falling into disrepair, and they're becoming increasingly upset around rodents, for example, birds getting into walls and pecking and chipping, and you're never, but does it have to be with life safety? It can't just be with sort of peace of mind and those kinds of issues.
Yeah, the standards of maintenance speaks to just general livability in a lot of cases too. So that some of these tools that we're building in will help us with issues like that, where we can send out an order to, for a building owner to deal with pests in the building. And now that we have these increased fines, and just to be clear, I'm not in the punishment business. The fines are a tool that we can use to leverage compliance. I mean, that's the goal, is compliance.
Prevention.
The building tenants don't benefit from the landlord paying a fine, they benefit from compliance.
Yeah.
But if we can, have a better set of toolkits to try and work with the owners to get to compliance, even if it's threatening a bigger and bigger stick, that will be helpful.
That's great. Great. Quality of life is important, and safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Appreciate this report. I just want to focus on the cooling aspects of the report. Are you familiar with a report that actually came out from UGM around DIY passive cooling techniques in the downtown east side?
No, I'm not.
Forward it.
I'd like to see that. That sounds interesting.
Yes, it is very interesting. And so I wonder what role the city could play. So I'll send it to you and we could do a follow-up.
Certainly. Yeah, I'm sure there's a role we could play to promote that, or at least enable it.
Yeah, so one of the aspects I'll just touch on, because maybe you've already looked at this, is around cool roofs. And we've talked about that here, right?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of cool roofs.
White coatings, high solar reflectance, infrared emittance. But the studies show that it can actually reduce indoor temperatures by 4 degrees, which can be significant when we're
Yep,
pushing.
and not just indoor temperatures, but actually cool roofs can help lower the entire urban heat island effect. So I'm a
There you
huge
go.
proponent for highly reflective roofs. In fact, I believe we might be putting it in the 2025 bylaw. I have to take a look at that.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, but I'm a big fan of highly reflective roofs.
Okay, well, that's very encouraging. I'm going to forward you the report.
Please do.
I think that's helpful. I'm happy to move the recommendations, Chair.
Seeing nobody on the queue, it's been moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Carr. And if there's any comments, councillors, please put yourself on the queue. Okay, I'm going to let Councillor Boyle go first. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. Just to say, I really appreciate this work, and it's a dense report for those of us who have been following a number of the threads included in here for a while. But certainly what we saw around the fire on 10th Avenue there, and all of those tenants being displaced, has been incredibly upsetting and disappointing to watch. And so to hear that these tools could make a difference in preventing situations from getting to that disastrous a place in the future is excellent to hear. I also really appreciate the advocacy around right to cool or cooling in buildings. And I have been fortunate to have been having many conversations with experts in other jurisdictions and researchers who are doing work in that field. And so appreciate the early advocacy piece around a charter change while we continue to look at what the right approach would be that that doesn't allow for displacement and keeps people safe and healthy in their buildings. And I know that that's something that folks out at UBC are looking into in quite a bit more detail, and that I've had numerous conversations with elected folks out in New Westminster on their approach, and the provincial housing ministry and others. It's a live conversation for sure, and so I'm grateful for the City of Vancouver being an active part of how we can make sure we're protecting residents and what we are seeing and experiencing as an increased number of higher than usual, hotter than usual days because of climate change. So appreciate all of this work.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. I'm going to turn the chair over if I can to Deputy Mayor Joe so I can make comments. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Yeah, I was really happy to bring this motion forward in February 2022, so more than 2 years ago now. And I think if you cast your mind back to that time, it was an incredibly cold winter. We were hitting minus temperatures. Everybody was freezing. And the people that were most affected, not just people that were not housed, but there were people that were in very precarious housing. And there was a number of egregious incidents, particularly with SROs on Granville Street at the time and others, where they didn't have heat for days. And there did seem to be a number of operators that did not seem to be doing, in my opinion, their due diligence about having a sense of urgency to fixing and providing what was really life-preserving basic requirements to keep people, not just with a roof over their head, but to make sure that they didn't freeze to death. And keep people warm. And then it was, I think Councillor Boyle added the amendment with respects to maximum cooling, which wasn't enabled in the charter at the time. But I am really happy to see it. It was stated earlier, and I think I said it at the time, that it was generally felt we didn't have enough teeth in our bylaws. And I think the intention here is to try to not, we've got a lot of stock that quite honestly is in disrepair. I think the more encumbrances we put on it, the less likely we are to get it upgraded. But I think this is a good tool to hopefully be preventative and falling into the absolute levels of decay and disrepair that no human being should be subject to living in. So I appreciate the work on it. A lot's actually happened in the 2 years since this came forward. Some was referenced in terms of fires, sprinklers, lack of alarms, other safety issues, and we're continuing to see some of that. So I'm hopeful that we can run with this now because it has taken a little while to come back. But I think it's a really important piece of work, and I appreciate the changes that have been recommended today by staff. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Joe. I'll take the chair back. So seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to ask the clerk to move us to a vote on this report. Okay, that passes unanimously with all present, with none in opposition, and concludes report 7, which was improving the effectiveness of the standards of maintenance bylaw. Okay, Council, we're now going to adopt the referral reports on consent. So we will now move on to bylaws. We have 30 bylaws on the agenda for enactment today. A reminder that bylaws 31 and 32 were withdrawn. Council members that were not present for meetings related to public hearing and enactment of bylaws must confirm that you have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if you wish to vote on the enactment. So on that note, bylaw 30 was from the public hearing on July 11th, 2023. Councillor Bly was absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Okay, thank you. Would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 30? Moved by Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, that passes unanimously. Okay, the list of approved bylaws can be found on the City of Vancouver's website. That moves us on to administrative motions. First is the approval of form of development for 481 West 49th Avenue, formerly known as 427 to 477 West 49th Avenue. And does any member wish to declare a conflict on this item? Seeing none. Any questions? Seeing none. We have a mover. Moved by Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Well, I saw a hand. I think you spoke up. It was debatable on the verbal. Okay, so that passed unanimously with none in opposition. Item 2, the approval form of development for 1406 East 28th Avenue. Any conflicts? Seeing none. Any questions? None. Mover, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Bly. All in favor? Any opposed? None. That passes unanimously with all present. Item 3 is the approval of the form of development for 433 West 39th Avenue, formerly 427 to 449 West 39th Avenue. Any conflicts? Questions? Mover? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Joe. All in favor? Passes unanimously with all present. Item 4 is the approval of form of development for 2480 Renfrew Street, formerly 2406 to 2484 Renfrew Street. Any conflicts? Questions? The team members? None? Mover? Councillor Dominato? Councillor Meisner? Any discussion? All in favor? Approved unanimously by all present. Item 5 is the Arbutus Greenway establishment of city land for street and public space purposes. Any conflicts? None? Questions? None? Okay, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded. Not hearing one. Okay, Councillor Bly. All in favor? Thank you. Passes unanimously with all present. And now we will move on to notices of motions if councillors would like to add themselves. And Councillor Joe, can I ask you to take the chair so I can call one? Yeah, thank you. It's the notice of motion is titled Reimagining and Replacing Kitsilano Outdoor Pool, submitted by myself and Mayor Sim for the June 26th Standing Committee. And thank you. And a reminder to councillors to, I think most councillors have, but just to email in your notice of motion information. Councillor Dominato, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Also a notice of motion for the June 26th Standing Committee meeting entitled Enabling Outdoor Cold Plunges and Saunas.
And that's also for June 26th?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Councillor Montague.
Yes, thanks, Chair. It's a notice of motion for the June 26th Standing Committee. It's titled Updating Sport Infrastructure, and it's co-submitted by myself and Mayor Sim.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Montague. Okay. So that concludes notice of council member motions, moves us on to new business. Are there, and I see we have a lot. Okay, here we go. Councillor Montague.
No.
Nope. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I have two LOAs, and I'll just ask the clerks to remind me. One got sent earlier this morning, and I'm looking for it. The second was for June 26th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. for civic business. And there's another one, clerks, I wonder if you, sorry? All right, tomorrow, June 12th from 10:30 to 1:30. Thank you, for civic business.
Hoover. Councillor Joe, Councillor Dominato, all in favor? None opposed? Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Klassen.
I'd like to request leave of absence for June 25th from 3 p.m. onward for civic business, June 26th from 5 p.m. onward for civic business, and July 10th from 5 p.m. onward for civic business.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Mover. Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Joe. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, carries unanimously. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'd like to ask for a leave of absence for Thursday, June 20th from 6 to 10 p.m. for personal reasons.
Okay, thank you. Mover. Dominato, seconded by Klassen. All in favor? It passes unanimously. Next up, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Also, a leave of absence for June 12th, which is tomorrow, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for civic business.
Thank you. Moved Councillor Dominato, second. Councillor Klassen, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Councillor Dominato, you're up again.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. An LOA for June 26th, 6 p.m. onwards for civic business, and an LOA for June 25th, 10:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. for personal business, and 5 p.m. onwards for personal business.
Thank you. Mover. Councillor Joe, second. Councillor Carr, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay, that's myself. With a leave of absence from June 12th from 1 to 2 p.m. on civic business, June 25th from 5 to 7 p.m. on civic business, and June 26th for meetings all day from 9:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Okay, Councillor Joe, seconded. Councillor Klassen, all in favor? Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also have a leave of absence request for tomorrow, June 12th from 9:30 until 12:30 for civic business.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Moved Councillor Joe, seconded Councillor Dominato. All in favor? Great, thank you. And I might ask the clerk to verify for us before we finish the business today if we still have quorum in the morning. I just heard a number coming in, so just to verify. Yeah, no, that wasn't what I asked. Okay. Well, I'm just asking if we can verify we have quorum for tomorrow morning before we leave with the LOAs. Okay, great. Great. Okay. All right. So just a note for council, we just have quorum with one to spare tomorrow in the morning, just to keep that in mind. Okay, that moves us on to inquiries and other matters. Okay. Okay, bear with us. It seems like we've duplicated some of the LOAs, so I'm just confirming we've done Councillor Joe for June 12th tomorrow. Councillor, we have, and I'm going to read these out, for Councillor Fry for civic business for meetings on July 17th and 18th and from 3 p.m. onwards. For Mayor Sim for civic business for meetings on June 25th from noon onwards. For Councillor Carr, did we just do that one? June 27th? Nope. Okay, different one. June 27th from 6 p.m. onwards. And that is it. Do we have a mover? Okay, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay. Thanks. Now we're on to inquiries and other matters, if there are any. Councillor Ball, do you have any, or is that a holdover?
It's a holdover.
Holdover? Thanks. Okay. Going once, going twice? Seeing none, do we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Klassen? Second, Councillor Dominato. All in favor? Thank you, everybody. We are now adjourned, and that concludes the regular council meeting of June 11th.